Welcome to the second day of this year's Russia seminar. And thank you for the discussions yesterday, and it was happy to speak with many of the speakers yesterday evening. And I think we are reaching the key aim of this seminar, so that we are putting together younger and more seasoned academics, professional practitioners and specialists concerning our theme, the Russian strategies and military. In the beginning of the day, we have keynote 2, and Mr. Michael Kofman speaks for the Russian force developments and command and control, and he probably does not need an introduction for the audiences who are interested and follow seminars themes. But it's not only because Mr. Kofman spoke in February 2022 in the same venue on the Russian preparations and the initiation of war against Ukraine. Mr. Michael Kofman is a senior fellow in the Russian Eurasia program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, where he focuses on the Russian military, Ukrainian armed forces, and Eurasian security issues. During his career, Mr. Kofman has invested a significant effort to understand Russian military thinking and works. Prior to joining the Carnegie 2023, he served as a director of the Russia Studies program at the Center of Naval Analysis, where he led a team conducting research on the capability, strategy, and military thought on the Russian armed forces, and that was the time where we were connected with the Russia research team here. So, without further words, Michael, I wish you welcome here, and we're happy to have you here with us. Floor is yours.
This one? All right. Thanks, Simo. Thanks for the kind introduction. It's good to be back with you at the seminar in Finland. Thanks to FNDU for hosting this. It was a great conference. Okay, sorry everyone in advance. There are no slides. This is not going to be a creative PowerPoint. I'm just kind of hope that this is sufficiently interesting for you. And I'm going to try to talk about 2 different topics very briefly: force design for development. And then my focus is actually going to be on organization of Russian command and control at the operational level above, which is really joint force operations. And some people touched parts of this yesterday in the conversation on multi-domain operations. But multi-domain operations in Russia is really combined arms and joint force operations. That's what it's about. And so I'll focus mostly on that. All right, briefly, on force design, why? Because when we get into a conversation on force development, we kind of have a conference on military development, and force development is one of the key topics. So force design, force structures terms are used interchangeably, but best to consider force design as a continuous process and force structure as kind of the result and object of that process and what the process seeks to alter, okay? And so it's continuous, it's never completed, right? Like whenever we look at kind of Russian force design, it's always going to be evolving. And there's different approaches to force design. There's more deductive ones, there's more inductive ones, okay? Deductive from the general to the specific, inductive from the specific, like out to the general. Which one is the Russian military? If we follow Russian military thought, Russian military thinking, deductive, 100%. The Russian military thinks from the general theory tenets of war down to the specific. Which one typically are Western militaries, like ours, the United States? Inductive. We think from the specific warfighting scenario and much more out. And we use that often as the case to like guide our logic and our thinking. So we're more of an inductive planning community. One's not better than worse than the other, but one leads to certain tendencies. So, Russia's a deductive military planning community. And look, force design typically can be threat-based and concept-informed, or it can be driven by concept, but, you know, much more focused to a specific threat. And so Russian force design, from my point of view, is typically concept-driven but threat-informed, right? It's based around a series of concepts, how the Russian military thinks about fighting, how it wants to fight, how it sees other militaries fighting, and then it's oriented towards a threat, which is typically optimized for a type of war, local war, regional war, large-scale war, and an adversary, which is typically NATO, right? That's how it pegs itself. That's a threat that informs the planning, and you know the concepts are kind of inform the force design. All right. The force design is invariably informed by inertia of the legacy force that's inherited, all these bureaucratic processes, budgetary considerations, organizational infighting. So it's not like a clearly kind of rational process where people just come up with good ideas and they can implement them. And so it's a lot more than just a sort of like solving military problems and wargaming and experimentation. But what should follow force design theory is force development. And force development is essential to getting, from the design to the structure and vision. And it's about generating kind of will and power from the bureaucracy and institutions to pursue that vision. Historically, the course of Russian force development is a very winding one, with major reform efforts and then restructuring plans and then reversals to the reform efforts. And often whenever anything's going not to Russian preferences, they revert to what was in the past. So it's a very, very uneven process. And my basic argument is that the Russian military is not bad at force design, but it's not that good at force development. And there's a good reason for that, because it is a deeply theoretical community. It's a community often driven by ideas, and it's much worse at execution than it is in theorizing and thinking about the process. Okay? And force development inherently is a challenge, and I'll talk a bit about why. So, if we look at kind of past force designs, like in recent history, a big issue is resource limitations, political bureaucratic considerations. So during the New Look reforms from 2008 to 2012, like the first big period of military reform that people remember, although there were many still partial reform efforts in the 90s and early 2000s, military underwent a lot of consolidation, reorienting itself around a different concept. And the focus was actually much more towards armed conflict and local war, right? Because this was force design following the Chechen wars, the Russia-Georgia war, and building out a strategic deterrence force capable of deterring a large-scale war, thinking about NATO. But the Russian military had only just started military modernization, procurement had a long way to go, okay? After 2012, right, Gerasimov and Shoigu show up, the reforms take a different direction. They prioritize regional and large-scale war as the major threats, while trying to build out what they think is a balanced force that will also handle other conflicts, lesser cases. Okay, so the military kind of evolves on this conceptual path. It's informed by all the stuff that people talked about yesterday, information-driven way of war, precision strike capabilities, highly maneuverable formations. And a lot of that approach actually basically took the Russian military away from thinking that the initial period of war would be defined by strategic ground offensives, much more focused on the threat posed by airspace attack and degrading an opponent's military and economic potential through standoff strikes. This is what non-contact warfare was meant to be about as like a key pillar of Russian military strategy. Okay, so most Russian thinking on force design kind of matured around having a permanent standing force with strategic concept of active defense, having a more consolidated, higher readiness force, and combined arms army formations deployed along like key strategic directions. The problem was that they started compromising. Gerasimov, Chief of General Staff, then wanted a larger force and began to compromise on actual readiness. Okay, and then the Russian military inevitably ends up with a dual force generation model, and it ends up with force within a force concepts. This is kind of what I want to get to on force design, and that is, first, because the Russian military has conscripts, and because the Russian military tries to optimize for regional large-scale war, but usually can't afford the large force structure that it wants, it ends up compromising on readiness. So you have lower manning across formations. Then you have some part of the force that's contract staff that's supposed to generate on short notice for various types of contingencies, and then you have the rest of the force that may be mobilized in the event of a large-scale war, okay? And so essentially you end up with force within a force concepts, where you kind of have one force, and then you have the other force that you're also counting on in a different type of contingency. Does this make sense? And then over time, as I try to balance between three parts of this big puzzle, which is capability, capacity, and readiness. And these are the choices all militaries kind of make, and this is what I look for typically in force design. Capability, the kind of things that the military actually has to work and play with, right? The military capabilities. Capacity, how much of it they have, right? And what readiness, what the level of readiness is. The Russian military first had much lower capacity, optimized towards capability and readiness, and then under Gerasimov and Shoigu, tried to build out much larger capacity and took a big hit on readiness and compromised a lot of the earlier thinking behind permanent standing force. Okay, so what about the future Russian forces? The big challenge is that all the force expansion plans that you know were announced in 2022 for a very simple reason. Gerasimov knew the answer for what the future Russian military should look like before anyone knew the question, right? Because these were all of his ideas before the Russia-Ukraine war. And these are the things he wanted to do anyway. And he wanted to buy as much of a large force structure as he could, all right? And so the plan to expand the Russian military to 1.5 million, the plan to add a lot more divisions, regiments, and all these formations, these things all started rolling out in 2022, right? Before a lot of the learning took place from the Russia-Ukraine war, before a lot of experience with drones, and lots of the things that people talked about yesterday, right? This is not the first time it's happened. The initial New Look reforms were rolled out immediately after the Russia-Georgia war. Why? Because Makarov and Serdyakov already had the reform plans. They knew what they wanted to do before the Russia-Georgia war. They simply used Russian performance in the war to break through the political roadblocks in order to execute it, right? They had these plans on the books. So it's not the first time it happened. And the challenge is that Gerasimov kind of viewed the Russian military, the main problem in the Russia-Ukraine war, as essentially not being Soviet enough. This is his vision of it, that the Russian military is a halfway house. It lacked mobilization capacity, it lacked mass, it wasn't Soviet enough, and that's kind of the army he envisions, right? The question is, what's Russian force structure and unit composition going to look like after the war? This is a really tough one. Russian units have expanded dramatically, double to triple the size, if you look at formations, right? They made big changes on prior choices. Before the Russia-Ukraine war, they substantially cut the infantry component of the force. They reduced infantry in battalions, in companies. There was a substantial reduction of infantry across the Russian military. And since then, all of that's been brought back, re-expanding maneuver battalions, infantry battalions, what have you, and refilling the force with infantry. But the current units, the way they look, have a large number of assault formations, reserve infantry battalions. So if a regiment had 1,800 to 2,200 men before the war, now it has 3,300 to 3,600, okay? Now divisions are often 12,000 to 15,000 men, okay? And the armies are much larger because they have all these additional units, all these additional formations, because the Russian military over the course of this war grew by 50%. And if you look at the land force component, the airborne and naval infantry, probably grew more like 100% almost in size. Does this make sense? And the big question is, what's this force going to look like after the war? What numbers are they going to stabilize at? We don't know yet. What the manning levels will be, we also don't know yet. But it's a safe bet. It's going to continue to be optimized against regional large-scale war, obviously with NATO as the threat that's informing, right? And the big question is, where are they going to take the hit? Is it going to be capability? Probably not. Is it going to be capacity? Or is it going to be readiness? Okay, I hope this part of this talk makes sense. A little about joint force operations, which is a different topic, but I want to touch on it. So a lot of conversation on that takes place at tactical operational level, right? Russian military, we have kind of basic 5 levels: tactical, operational, strategic. I'm going to talk about operational and up, right? Operational, strategic. So bottom line up front, on its current trajectory, future Russian joint operations is actually going to be much closest to the past. So if you studied the Russian military before 2010 and before the New Look reforms, you're going to be very familiar with it. Why? So, and these are already partially implemented, and it's going to make joint operations actually more difficult to conduct in practice. Because essentially the current plans in the Russian military will reduce jointness within the Russian armed forces, and they're going to restore the structures that predominated prior to the period of the 2008 to 2012 reforms. And this reorganization is not a wholesale abandonment of the New Look reforms from that time, but it definitely represents a step back from that vision. And Russian forces are going to turn much more into a stovepiped and service-centered command and control model for peacetime. And what does that mean? It means that the general staff will, and historically has, required a front-level formation in wartime that is above the army, okay, in order to essentially integrate operations during wartime, and is going to ad hoc subordinate the other service components to it, okay? And consequently, the front formation is going to be the locus of integration. If you look at Russia-Ukraine war, Russian military got better at tactical level integration, but they're not going to get better at integration at the operational level or above. And if you look at how most of the fight is run in the war right now by the Russian military, it's really integration at a frontal command level above that of an army, and that grouping is task organized. Okay, so a little bit of background on this. conceptually, Russian military tend to divide combat groupings into permanent and temporary, right? So armies and corps are considered permanent formations, but regional groupings of forces, which is what they fight with in Ukraine, are best described as temporary frontal commands. And these are essentially operational level formations that were below that of the military district and above that of the army. Okay, does this make sense? But they're not permanently joint combat groupings, right? The notable distinctions among Russian formation types is between combined arms, общевойсковые, and interbranch or joint, межвидовые groupings, right? So, and then the general staff retained the ability to generate from across the entire force capabilities needed to conduct strategic operations. And strategic operations are these complex operations with a unified plan, and they're designed to achieve specific political or strategic goals. Many of these operations you know, like strategic air operation, strategic operation for destruction of critically important targets, strategic operation of nuclear forces, and so on and so forth, right? So strategic operations are still kind of held at the level of the general staff, and this is probably like one of the levels where we still see joint force operations and integration in the Russian military not only exist but get further developed. But the Russian armed forces in Ukraine, when they went in, they were originally organized, right, like in peacetime, under joint strategic commands within military districts. Those were intended to field forces along a strategic direction. That's not how the invasion in 2022 was run at all, right? Rather than have Western and Southern military district and those joint strategic commands essentially run the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Russian military generated formations from each of the military districts, along with their command and supporting units, east, west, center, south, and then deployed them as regional groupings of forces, along with a separate airborne grouping, primarily tasked with assault on Kiev. And then they took the Russian aerospace forces, and they divided them also into 4 parts, and allocated 4 pieces to support these regional groupings of forces. So it's the complete opposite of running any kind of strategic operation. If you think about it, and it was very different from the way military districts and joint strategic commands were designed to work in peacetime and the way they tended to exercise if you ever watched Russian strategic command staff exercises prior to the war. All right. So if we look at the military since October 2022, the Russian Armed Forces in War became organized into a combined force grouping in Ukraine, now comprise a larger number of kind of region-specific force groupings. So you have center, west, east, south, Dnieper, and north. And these formations are no longer comprised of the units from that district, like in 2022, where we basically had Eastern Military District, Center, Western, Southern. They now essentially are frontal formations to which other units deploy and rotate. Right? So it's essentially like a frontal formation, and you have armies or other units rotate them, so Russian naval infantry or Russian airborne can show up to any of these operational areas and then end up being subordinate to them. All right. The implication of this arrangement, from my point of view, is that Russia is going to likely orient its future force design around ultimately having to fight with these kind of temporary operational strategic groupings. Sorry. I'm jet lagged. Unlikely to orient its future design around having to fight this way, the way they fought in Ukraine with temporary operational strategic groupings. And so the command structure we saw in Ukraine above operational level, there's a good chance it's not going to be replicated elsewhere because it's fundamentally ad hoc, like in many ways improvised. But we're going to see a continuation of the primacy of the front level command layer. In this case, it's a regional grouping of forces. And so in practice, Russian joint force operations are going to have considerable improvisation under wartime conditions. Ukraine is a specific case. It is not a model. Okay, 5 minutes. All right. Well, I'll be quick then. All right. So basically, what's going on with the reforms and why is it going to end up being less joint? Okay. And Simo's only giving me 5 minutes, so I'll make the story very short and brief. Look, so they decided to get rid of the joint strategic commands, all right? Right? They split the Western Military District back up into Moscow-Leningrad Military District. I don't think they're necessarily going to break all the military districts back up again, which initially they created to consolidate the previous large number of military districts. They got rid of Joint Strategic Commands, and they essentially downgraded their level from an operational strategic command. So now you're back to military district essentially running the land forces. Now you're back to airspace forces being subject to their own command, and the Navy also being subject to their own command as well. Okay? And so now you're in a place where these forces are in effect going to be less joint, and they're going to recreate all the problems they had prior to 2010 and the problems they had in the Russia-Georgia war, where you had added command layers, you had services essentially planning the way they do operations. Yes, you still have integration in the main director of operations in the Russian General Staff, but now when commanders at the frontal formation, which will have to be created again, encounter the Russian airspace forces and the Russian ground troops and maybe the Russian Navy, they'll be encountering them like again for the first time, having to coordinate this and work this. Because they essentially have split these up back again, and they're going to recreate the stovepipes and the service-based problems that they had prior to the Russia-Ukraine war. All right. And so the result is, in whatever future war we see, if it's a war of any scale, we're likely going to see them again create an ad hoc grouping of forces in a frontal command of some type. And we're going to again see them run into issues they had during the Russia-Georgia war. Maybe not identical, but nonetheless, the force is going to be in many ways less joint. So we have like a bit of dichotomy, because on the one hand, at a tactical level, we see the Russian military really improve. Recon fire, recon strike contours, dynamic targeting and latency, right? We have much greater improvement at tactical and tactical operational levels to some extent in how the Russian military performs from the last 4 years. But the General Staff, and Gerasimov in particular, did not like the performance of Joint Strategic Commands in military districts. I believe that they misdiagnosed the problem because they never used them as intended at all in this war. They never deployed the way they trained in exercises either, and they didn't have the Joint Strategic Commands do what they were supposed to do. Then they decided that the military districts were insufficiently focused on managing forces, training, equipping, and doing these functions, and it feels like they got upset and then got rid of the Joint Strategic Command because of that and have gone back to the past. This is my theory, all right? I could be totally wrong on this. Obviously, neither I nor I think anybody here spends much time inside the Russian General Staff, but essentially they reverted back to what it was. And this is very common. I hate to tell anybody who's coming into the field of Russian military studies, but the future often is going to include some of the past, because the Russian military has a strong tendency, okay, to take maybe 2 steps in one direction and then 1 step back and maybe 1 step to the side. And it's not uncommon for them to revert course. Right? Okay. I'll stop here because it's kind of like a morning lecture, and I hope I opened up enough for a conversation on force development, force design, and a bit on joint force operations and the reorganization that's happening in the Russian military at the C2 level, at the operational level and above. I'm sorry I kind of ranted at you. Simo, let's take some questions.
Thank you.
All right, but everybody looks kind of awake, so it's not bad for a second day of the seminar.
Good. Thank you, Michael, for the beginning. So now we have time for a few questions, so please.
All right. Who's brave wants to ask about joint force operations?
And hard questions, please.
It's me who for sure will ask about joint operation, Mike. Mike, from all you said, we can conclude that Russian General Staff said goodbye to concept of joint operation. They are not idiots. Can we understand the reasons why it had happened? Why a Russian army became unaccepted, or joint operation became totally unacceptable for Russian armed forces? Is it bureaucracy? Is it force structure, or what?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Okay, so I think General Staff said goodbye to joint force operations below level of General Staff. Okay, okay, which is, by the way, not surprising. I know another military also who likes to run everything from the General Staff to the extent they can. in Russia-Ukraine war. Well, I'm not here to talk about that military. Yes, there's still joint force operation at the level of general staff. There's still going to be strategic operations organized by general staff. You still have main directorate of operations as a key, a node of integration within the Russian armed forces. But below that level, we have issues, because below that level, we essentially have the future as task-organized frontal formations, all right, that we're going to have to integrate the airspace forces' air support for combined arms armies. And by the way, part of the reason these regional groupings of forces were so important in Russia-Ukraine war is, doctrinally, Russia has far more troops allocated at current frontage than the combined arms army is supposed to handle. If the combined arms army is the motherboard, right, into which other formations are supposed to plug in, brigades, divisions, additional independent regiments, various artillery components, what have you. If you look currently in Ukraine, when the Russian forces expanded, the combined arms army has far more people and units than it's supposed to doctrinally handle. But they're packed into a tight space. They're supposed to be handling kind of more frontage. And so what's happening is you essentially have the Russian military doctrinally being overloaded at the level of the combined arms army, or the Corps, and that's part of the reason why you have these regional groupings of forces, these frontal formations, to manage this load. Okay, does it make sense? Because the force is much bigger now than it was in 2022. But Sash, sorry, I digress because I thought this was an important point. Why don't we get rid of joint force operations? They did not use the joint strategic commands they created effectively. They did not use them at all the way they were intended and the way they practiced during strategic command staff exercises. And they really did not like the military district focusing on the command function instead of the force management, train, and equip function. And they wanted the district to focus on that. So for whatever reason, I don't live in Gerasimov's mind right any better than you do, but for whatever reason, they decided that the military district should focus on this. And you know, what's ironic is you're now back in a place where the ground troop service headquarters is not going to have functions in peacetime because the military district is going to be doing that for the ground troops, right? The fleet's going to be doing that for the Navy. The airspace forces will also be handling their own formations. But it's going to then serve as a wartime command structure for ground troop components that, you know, are essentially not being handled by the respective military district. So it's going to get, in some ways, even more puzzling because you have ground troop service headquarters. It doesn't have peacetime functions because the military district is doing that. But then in wartime, if it's service headquarters that doesn't actually have these functions, doesn't work with units, it's supposed to take over then units that are not being handled by a specific military district. And suffice it to say, it'll be interesting to see how that works out for them. Okay? So conversely, you're basically going to have the Navy and Aerospace Force service staffs have a much greater role in planning operations. I'm sorry, it's not a great answer to your question because I myself am wondering why. You will not discover this, unfortunately, by reading the pages of Military Thought. I am sorry, my colleagues. The answer will not be found there. But I hope in future talks here to have a better answer for you as to why the General Staff decided the joint force operations and all this is for Western militaries, but not for them.
Good. I'll give Carolina one question. Be short, please, and brief.
Thank you very much, and not least for taking a step into the future and saying something about the future. So I have two questions, sorry.
Sure.
One, is there any signpost that would make you reconsider your prediction? What would that be? And a second half of that question would be, what would it take for Russia to reconsider its choice? How big a change would be needed at the battlefield or in society?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, right now, I think as an analytical community, we're sort of in the worst place because we have a large-scale conventional war in Europe, right, where Russian forces are participating in this war. We have a lot of adaptations to the Russian military. You know, I write about this, Jack writes about this, other folks write about this. Some of them will stay, but many of them necessarily won't, okay? We have a force that will have to stabilize after the war, and we don't quite know what it looks like. But here's the most interesting and complicated part. Here's the disappointing part of my talk to you this morning. The current senior military leadership has the answer. We know that the answer is wrong because they're not going to be in charge after this war. We also know objectively it's not the right answer because they largely came up with it in the first year of the war, before they saw the rest of it, right? So, like, imagine if it's like World War II and Soviet General Staff says, you know, after World War II, this is what our forces should look like, and they make these decisions in 1941, okay? So this is kind of how it's playing out. So we are stuck in a situation where we see the current trajectory of Russian forces. We know the answers they've decided. We have some understanding of what the implications are because most of their decisions are kind of to go to the past, right? But we also know that probably there's going to be a change in military leadership after this, and that probably they're going to have different ideas. And the people with real experience in this war, right? Rather than folks like Gerasimov, who long ago decided everything for themselves already, okay, are likely going to revert on these current changes again, right? So we will meet some years from now, and we'll be talking about future Russian Joint Force Operations Command and Control, and they might change it back. They might change it back to Joint Strategic Commands, but there's one thing that I firmly believe. This is now after some years of following the Russian armed forces. They will never get away from having to create task-organized groupings of troops above the army and creating a frontal formation. Because for all sorts of reasons, they are not able to conduct integration in another way. They're not able to do it at the combined arms army level. It's overloaded and it can't handle this, okay? And the general staff is only able to do this for certain types of strategic operations. So they're going to be creating these operational level commands above the army and then integrating in them. And this is going to be an overly strong prediction, but I think this is almost inevitable how Russian military is going to fight in kind of any sizable armed conflict of any duration, to be honest. Unless it's something very small and short where they can generate BTGs. And even then, guess what? Russia-Ukraine war, Russia intervention in Syria, task-organized groupings of forces. Still, at the end of the day. The reason why they worked then is because you had one task-organized grouping of forces that was a temporary inter-service grouping, okay? And doctrinally that worked, which you weren't handling a lot of forces. Okay, so it's kind of the challenge in our field. We know what their current trajectory is. We know actually probably that's not where they're going to land. We have to deal with the plans they have. But we also know the people that came up with these plans came up with them before they saw most of the war. And we know they're not going to be around to actually see the what part, the force development part. Like, how are they going to realize their vision when they're no longer there? Because they probably won't be. Okay.
Thank you, Mike. So we are not sitting in the Russian General Staff, so I think they have a problem they have to solve, and Russians have been very good at solving their own problems. Unfortunately, it causes problems for other people as well. But thank you, Mike. Applause, and after a technical break, we will continue at 15 past. Cheers.
All right, thanks, everybody. I hope this sets us up for the rest of the day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let us shortly begin with the session on military development, as we are already 3 minutes behind our schedule. So, warmly welcome to this session on military development, in which we have 3 very interesting papers and presenters this morning. My name is Matti Puranen. I'm an associate professor here at the National Defence University, and I'm going to be chairing this session. So, first of all, in this session beginning the session, we have Lieutenant Colonel Juha Kukkola, associate professor from here, the National Defence University as well, the presentation deals with the reform, development and adaptation of Russia's armed forms from Peter the Great to Vladimir Putin, the historical drivers of Russian military change and their future relevance. And so Juha is going to tell us in his presentation on what have been historically the main drivers of change and stagnation, and are these drivers relevant for future Russian military development. Very interesting stuff. Next in line we have researcher Sasu Katajamäki from the National Defence University as well. And Sasu Katajamäki's presentation is titled China-Russia Alignment, Assessing Dual Use in the Economic and Technological Cooperation in the Russian Arctic. And Sasu is going to discuss how has the Sino-Russian Arctic cooperation centered around the Russian Arctic and Northern Sea Road evolved after 2022, and how does dual use feature in the Sino-Russian Arctic cooperation. Very interesting as well. And finally, last but certainly not the least, we have Samuel Bendett, an advisor with the CNA, Center for Naval Analysis, Regional Strategy and Policy Division, and its Russia Studies program. His presentation is titled Russia's People's VPK, with the evolution of private military industry supporting Russia's war in Ukraine. And Sam is going to talk about how the rapid rise of Russian volunteer and startup efforts after February 2022 has impacted military technology development, and what is their role in the Russia's overall military industrial ecosystem, for example. Very interesting as well. And now let us begin with Juha's presentation on Russian military adaptation. Juha, the floor is yours.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So my topic is reform, development and adaptation of the Russian armed forces from 1682 to 2026. And I have only 20 minutes, so I will be brief. First, some caveats. This is a work in progress. I still have my 11 months of tenure left here, and I try to accomplish what I have set myself to do here in that time. But if I don't, then somebody else will do the rest. Anyways, the research design and preliminary results will be published in the Russia seminar publication. And perhaps the last part of this research, which I'm going to show you, might not ever end up being public, so I'm sorry for that. And any feedback, comments, and cooperation suggestions are really appreciated at this point. And just to say that doing this work, I'm standing on the shoulder of giants. This research is based on work of many of you in the audience and there behind the cameras and the Russia research community. So I'm really grateful for all the work that everybody has done to make possible to do this kind of thing with Russian military history that I'm attempting to do. So, my research purpose is to understand how the Tsarist Russia, Soviet Union and Russian Federation have approached armed forces development. So, And this is a conceptual approach I take from Soviet Russia military sciences, and the object of study is specifically armed forces development as an element of military development. So small part of a greater whole, not all military development. And from this I take my theoretical framework, which is the idea that theoretically Russian military development can be divided in 3 parts. We can talk about these formal historic reforms. We can talk about controlled and planned development, which has multiple Russian terms. Most common one used is совершенствование. And then we can talk about wartime adaptation, which Russians really don't use. They don't have a term for that, at least in the military thought literature. Sometimes it's освоение военного опыта, but not always. But in practice, they do that. They do adapt. And as some of in the audience and myself have been reading about. These are not hypotheses tested. These are conceptual framework against which I try to examine the effect of different factors in Russian history affecting military change and development. The second objective is to understand and analyze what political, social, economic, cultural, and military factors have historically affected Russian armed forces development. This is the main beef of what I'm doing, and it's a historical, interpretive, and qualitative area studies research kind of thing. And then the third part is to analyze the continuity or discontinuity of old and presence of new factors since 2021 and predict their possible effects on the Russian armed forces development in the future. And this might be the part of the research that's going to be non-public and done by somebody else than me. But let's see. A word about methodology. So the basic research question will be, what factors has previous research identified as having had an effect on the Russian armed forces development in a certain time period? And the basis is qualitative literature review. So I do a comprehensive sampling of leading and authoritative Western historical research on the development of Russian armed forces. And I complement that by purposefully selecting Russian language sources to analyze those issues which Western research has left somewhat unresearched or investigated. And that forms the corpus of the research. And then I do a thematic analysis, abstracting factors or theoretical variables from the observations I make from the corpus or previous research. I group those factors into subcategories and categories, and I attach examples, historical curated examples from the corpus to give these factors a little bit more analytical depth. And then I examine the connection of factors to reforms, control and planned development, and adaptation. And the next phase of the study is to answer the question, have these factors been present or not during 22-26, and have new factors emerge during this time. Basically similar methods, although sources will largely consist of journalistic, social media, and non-academic in-house peer-reviewed reports, and Russian military journals and literature that has been published during this time period. I have purposefully cut the first question and second question in 2021 to enable the study for the effects of the war, which has become now a long war, so Russia's aggression against Ukraine, full-scale offensive. And I hope this historical approach should help in spotting not only continuities, but discontinuities, changes and novelty, and it should help us to understand Russia's current approach to reform, development, and adaptation. And I hope Michael Kofman's presentation gave legitimacy to this kind of historical approach and understanding Russia's past before trying to understand its future. And then the third part, and the third question, what effects could these factors have in future? So employing foresight methods, basically evidence-based, to analyze the possible effects of the factors present in late 2020s to the short and medium term on the development of Russian armed forces. And specifically, I want to look at, is there a new reform insight, how controlled and planned development process might evolve, and how the relationship between battlefield adaptation and planned development evolves in the future in Russian armed forces and development of armed forces. And research projects is the seminar publication, a small article, an Excel sheet, which I will show you at the end of the presentation, and currently about 350-page manuscript, which I think I will have to cut a little bit and write a one-pager for the Defense Command at some point. So, about sources at this point in time, this is what I'm using. 225 Latin scripts, 29 Cyrillic print sources, 54 other Latin and Cyrillic ones. This composition has been analyzed by ChatGPT, read by me. So no AI use in analysis. And basically those Latin script sources are general histories, armed forces histories, branch service histories, biographies, classified intelligence briefs, and so forth. And the Russian sources are military dictionaries from Soviet period to current ones, military journals, military history, and military art monographies. And I'm still updating this list because this is a continuous process, and when you read some sources, you get new sources and so forth. But at some point of time, I have to stop. Limitations are several. So, of course, this kind of an effort by one dude cannot include all available literature. And I hope that I managed to collect the most comprehensive and recent research that has been available and make this relevant through that kind of selection. There is a limited possibility to compare competing explanations. So military histories are full of explanations why Russia did X because of Y and so forth. I'm not going to evaluate those explanations against each other. I'm going to take them all, put them into Excel and see what happens, basically. So no, I'm not trying to achieve single explanation-based research here. I do understand that, as you saw the source material, there is a great Western bias into sources. But I hope by choosing works that are based on Russian original sources and real historical archival works, I somehow complement it. And there's gonna be some problems in the second phase of the study where I have to rely on these post-2000 sources and post-2014 sources because the academic value is sometimes questionable. But that is what we have, and that's what we have to work with. Russian historical works are difficult to use in this kind of research because they are often descriptive and highly political and agenda-based. So that's one of the reasons I stick with Western sources. And of course, the problem is that using sources from some direction or from some perspective, some factors may stay hidden or unobserved. And that's the reality I have to deal with. And then one researcher, my personal biases, my cognitive abilities, are going to limit this, and thinking about using AI in this kind of work is tempting, but I've done some experimentation with this kind of thing, and I end up getting answers that I want, not the answers I need, and that's a little bit of a problem. So in the future, inside our own group or with the Russia research community, this kind of work would benefit from teamwork, critical analysis, from red teaming, and of course quality control. And I plan to subject at least the most significant results of this work to scientific review, so this gets at least some kind of quality control and not just be some kind of academic exercise without any validation. And just some preliminary thoughts on armed forces development at this point. So when we try to find these factors and see how they have affected Russian military development, we first have to figure out what have been reforms, so these formal significant changes, what is controlled by military politics and planned by administration development of armed forces, and what is adaptation, and I try to define them in the study based on Russian sources and previous research. And what I have highlighted in red there are the issues that this kind of research has to deal with. So, for example, with these official reforms that are recognized in Russian military literature, we had to understand that they are usually long processes. They have been politically chosen, so there is a reason why Ivan IV, Peter I, and so forth are listed as reformers of armed forces in Russian military literature. They have been followed by counter-reforms and so forth, so they are not single-point events. And usually behind these things are at least few critical accumulated factors that need to be found out and defined. And then there are these unofficial reforms that should also be included. So Peter III, Paul I failed reforms in a way, but did try to do something with the Russian armed forces. We have Alexander I, we have the so-called Timoshenko reforms, and basically if you take the post-Second World War Soviet armed forces development, almost every Ministry of Defense has been named as some kind of reformer, done some reforms, but maybe not so large one. But continuous process, and how can we understand some of those things as reforms, or is that military development of armed forces that has to be figured out? And then when we think about this continuous process of armed forces development that happens outside great reforms and outside the battlefield, it has changed. The process has changed through times, and it has to be approached historically. How has it been done? What kind of process has it been? We know quite well what the process is at the moment, or it was before the war, when the Russians put up this strategic planning process. But what is during this war and after the war is a little bit of a mystery, and so forth. So this needs additional research. But what is clear is that multiple factors with diverse composition affect this kind of development of armed forces. And we do know that the prioritization and these development plans, that this kind of development process products are not purely rational or militarily efficient. And then the adaptation thing, what it means, where it happens, how it happens, and what kind of factors affect it. My initial idea is that it's technological and geographical, environmental mostly, and sometimes or most of the times relate to tactical or operational failures more than successes. So this is something these ideas are something I want to develop in the publication, seminar publication a little bit further to give better background for the table I'm going to show next. And the end product will be something like this, with sources indicated. So on the left-hand side is the main category that I have come up with, and then the subcategories, factors themselves, so these more theoretical, abstract factors, then examples of factors and effects. There's a number behind everyone at how many at this point I have identified. Then in the second phase, I try to see the continuity of old or presence of new factors, 22-26 time period, and then some forecasting with the possible effects. And this, in a way, and not only in a way, but gives us the possibility to do some conclusions about the way Russian armed forces might be developing in the future. And I'm, of course, leaving room for new factors to emerge and new examples to emerge from the period of 2022-2026. So geostrategic, military strategic, and so forth, politics, state military organization, military thought, economic, technological, social, and so forth. And even if this doesn't produce a tool to do any kind of forecasting or foresight on Russian military development, this will be a good teaching tool to make students understand how Russian military has developed through these case examples I'm listing there in the examples column. So at least I hope some educational and pedagogic value will come out of this research. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Juha. Next we have around 5 minutes for questions from the audience. And I'm going to be running around with this mic if anybody has a question in mind. There. It works? You can say it loud, but it won't be heard in the stream. So.
Thank you, Juha. Kacper Wańczyk, Warsaw Studies University, Warsaw. Very interesting presentation. Thank you so much. Very technical question. Which of these reforms, in your assessment, is the least researched? Which historical reform should be more analyzed in historical research? Thank you.
That is a very good question and something I've been thinking about. Let me start in the easy way. A lot of research has been done because we live in the age about Serdyukov reform and things that have happened before that, after that, and before that, from the 1990s. Milutin reforms have been studied extensively because there have been archival work have been done for that. Going back in history even further it would be a purely historical exercise because Milutin reforms were so definite. But something that I would like to see more work done now, when more time has passed, is the Soviet era. So how they demobilized and then brought the force levels up again and so forth. Because CIA archives and that kind of thing is being declassified and there is more material to have. And there was this gap when there has been this gap when study of Soviet military history just like stopped. And I think we could look more into that. And then the reform ideas of late 1980s and the discussion they started to have when Soviet Union collapsed. There are some ideas that are popping up again. So I know there's been a lot of stuff done with Soviet military, of course, but that would be perhaps time to have at least a couple of competing new interpretations of that era. That would be interesting.
All right, one more. There in the back.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, how much you studied Shaposhnikov's brain of the army works, and how much applicable they might be in your research?
Thank you for the question. I really have had no time to go deep in his work or ideas. One thing that pops up in Western research is that it stayed on the idea level. It never materialized, but it was an idea he proposed. But the general stuff never became what was envisioned. I have no professional opinion of that, but that is one of the factors that I'm putting in the table, that what the role of the general staff has been through ages, and that is one of the roles Russian military has tried to give it, to be the brain of the army. But was it really? I don't have an answer for that. But yes, it was. Yes, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Will be factors in there, and then I'm gonna play with that.
So thanks a lot, Juha. Time flies. We are immediately moving to the next presentation by Sasu on China-Russia Arctic cooperation.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Sasu Katajamäki. I'm a researcher at the Finnish National Defence University. In this presentation, I'm going to be briefly discussing some main points from my research that was conducted for Finnish National Defence University last year and early this year, and also which will be published in hopefully during this spring. The main points of the research, or the main themes in the research, is to evaluate China's and Russia's cooperation in the Arctic, also in the Russian Arctic, and then the additional theme there is the dual use, which I'm going to be discussing and touching upon a lot in this presentation. So the civil-military dimensions of this cooperation. But I'm going to preface this presentation by saying that, unlike almost everyone else here, I'm not a Russia expert myself. So the mistakes and in the presentation that might be there, or the missing terms or something, are due to my very basic Russian skills. So apologies for that in advance. But let's dive right into it, and just to I like to have some usually some introductions or opening pictures, and this one is from China's Arctic scientific expedition this last year, where they tested this Jialong submersible under ice and conducted manned operations under ice to test this vehicle. And in the Chinese mythology, Jialong is this lord of the sea and of the rivers. So it's an interesting continuation in what China has been doing in the research in the area. So for this study, I examined 3 case studies. So through the 3 case studies, I examined how the Sino-Russian cooperation has advanced after 2022. So the first case is port infrastructure development in the Russian Arctic, and really related to the Russia's priority projects and how China is involved in these projects. The second case is the joint use of Northern Sea Route, which is a a key artery in the Sino-Russian cooperation. How is Russia allowing China to use this route? And I looked at it from different dimensions. And the third case is Arctic satellite cooperation, which the space links to the Arctic in very different ways, through different capabilities and satellites. So I looked at China's and Russia's projects in the Arctic and how they have advanced, and if this cooperation is really this space cooperation is connected to the Arctic cooperation. So, and maybe a few interesting points here for myself in the research when I started to conduct this research was the kind of in the infrastructure section, it was this idea of Russia's dual-use ports. Like, what do they mean? They are mentioned in many Arctic studies and military academic studies also that have been conducted in about Russia's military infrastructure in the Arctic. So, but I wanted to dive more deeper into this. And in the Northern Sea route also there's open questions on what are the kind of how China and Russia are specifically cooperating in these areas. So those were the kind of the interesting opening questions for myself, which kind of I went through throughout the research in the paper that will be published later. So. But behind the background is, of course, in this theme is the broader debate in the Sino-Russia Arctic cooperation. How has it advanced after 2022? There's many different kind of interpretations on what has happened in the cooperation, whether Russia is allowing actually China to become more involved in its Arctic projects in the region, and whether it's actually just stayed as limited cooperation. So I have put here two examples of two different studies, which one discusses the limits of the cooperation, what might happen in the future, another discusses how China and Russia are together expanding in the Russian Arctic and to these new strategic frontiers, which China often discusses. So, but the kind of the cooperation specifically in the Russian Arctic hasn't been discussed so much, except in the instance of Northern Sea route. But there are some interesting presentations or kind of like thoughts about whether this Russian Arctic would be kind of a geographical limit in the cooperation. So whether the cooperation actually in the Arctic, like because of Russia's opposition towards or kind of like its protection of these areas, whether it kind of advances differently in these areas. So. And of course, the dual use is a theme which is carried in many different kind of studies, and many different kind of reports discuss this, that what China and Russia are doing in the civilian domains has also military potential or dual use potential. So some areas that have been outlined here are like infrastructure development, shipping and navigation, and scientific research and satellites. So, but how extensive this cooperation is, and are these claims valid? How is dual use connected to this cooperation? That's one of the starting thoughts here. But before I go to the case studies, I will discuss briefly about dual use and China's and Russia's approaches toward dual use in the Arctic, which I was able to find out. So in existing literature, if we look at just the literature on dual use, we find that it's actually not just the term which is linked to arms and export control, but it discusses more broadly about certain objects, technology systems, or even research activities which are employed for civilian and military purposes. But I think one thing here that hasn't been studied is quite a lot is actually how different actors are using dual use in specific context to advance their purposes. So that's kind of a more IR and security studies perspective here. So through these, I made this definition of dual use for the study, which is kind of a broad and considers these two aspects. So the kind of the what are the objects, and then the how they're being used. So that was the opening point for the study. So. And how dual use has potentially features in Sino-Russian Arctic cooperation, so which I will discuss how through my research it has findings that how I see it. But in previous studies, so Russia's use of dual use ports has been mentioned a lot, but also China's practice of using these kind of overseas ports in different contexts to base PLAN. So is this happening in the Arctic? That's an interesting thought. And then Northern Sea route has been discussed also in previous studies as kind of being kind of a key artery in this commercial but also military cooperation. So is this the case? And then of course satellites are a classical case of dual use technologies which are used for both civilian and military purposes, so that was made kind of sense to include that on the technological aspects. But if we look at kind of Russia's and China's cooperation and then their approaches towards the Arctic, so through looking at selected Russian sources and true selected Chinese sources, I was able to kind of like find different little bit perspectives towards dual use. So in Russia, for example, if we think of previous literature, the Katarina Zisk has discussed how this Russian development of dual-use infrastructure, including ports and harbors and ships, is a noteworthy aspect of this Russia's approach to the Arctic. And then in military thought articles, some experts have discussed about this kind of dual-use principle. It's not an official term, but I have kind of adapted it for the purpose of the study. But many experts view that the dual use is kind of a feature and necessity of the Russian Arctic development and infrastructure. So that's an interesting thought. But compared to what is the difference between China and Russia, so Russian actually Arctic documents discuss specifically dual use, and also Putin has mentioned it in one statement or discussed it also. So what these refer to is usually utilizing dual-use infrastructure and technologies to serve national defense security purposes in the region, so in the Arctic region. Or kind of the alternative for the need to kind of this military infrastructure development to serve also civilian needs. So these are the kind of two themes. But with China, the kind of the picture is more also it's more fragmented in a sense that, of course, China has a long history of dual use and national strategy of military-civil fusion, which often gets brought up in these studies. But we have to kind of examine China's activities in the region and then how China understands this dual use. So there's this in selected sources, for Chinese sources, they discuss that Chinese understanding of dual use is a little bit different from Western ones. It's focused on more kind of integrating activities and two-way transfers. So, but then in terms of like official texts beyond selected military academic text, which kind of highlight how this military-civil fusion that China has, this Chunmin-Ronghe strategy, could be related to the Arctic. There's not a lot of kind of to connect it to the official, but it's an important consideration. So I would put it as a not necessary as a principle or approach, but an important consideration, if not even a full-blown approach towards the Arctic. But if we go more deeper into the selected case studies, so the case study one was about the ports in the Russian Arctic. So what we uncovered there is that Russia has around 18 ports in the Arctic. 20 if you count also some in the Pacific peninsulas, but after 2022, Russia has prioritized development of 5 ports: Murmansk, Arkhangelsk, which are commercial ports, and Dixon and Tiksi and Pevek. So these 3 last ones are along the Northern Sea route, and they're what Russia calls dual-use ports. And in 2022, it was relieved that Northern Fleet vessels would eventually be based in Tiksi and Dixon, and that these ports would be rebuilt. So that's an interesting thought, or kind of which I tried to also look more information what's being done in these ports. To the conclusions which I was able to find on my study. So first of all, in terms of Sino-Russian cooperation, how it has advanced after even 2022. So despite that there's previous claims in studies that China and Russia are actually cooperating quite a lot in this, that China is financing these ports, I was not able to find indications of investments into these ports. So also not after 2022. So there have been some preliminary discussions on these parts, but one interesting thing which for me was that how these Russian sources and statements, especially from the regional authorities, they kind of often conflate these Chinese investments with confirmed ones. So this has been a constant pattern throughout the years. So, and this is also creating some confusion in that is China involved in selected projects. So separately, also there's external factors which have also affected the cooperation. It has caused Russia to prioritize its infrastructure products to the selected ones, but Russia has also big plans for this Northern Sea route infrastructure but for now, it's kind of shouldering the majority of the cost and almost everything by itself. So, but in terms of dual-use ports, these have had. I was able to uncover that he has had significant connection to the Russian Ministry of Defence from their onset, and they were actually designated in 2014 as dual-use ports, specifically to kind of enhance the infrastructure within the Northern Sea route. So in these kind of the current plans after 2022, to base Northern Fleet in these ports, they have mostly advanced in Tiksi. But these are kind of, in terms of if we think of the security implications, these are still very small ports, very small communities, and their kind of significance in the overall is limited in terms of military importance. So, but that was about the dual-use ports. So, if we move on then to the next case study, which was more about the joint use of Northern Sea route, how the kind of the dynamics of the Sino-Russian cooperation have advanced. So this joint development has been in Sino-Russian statements kind of the basis or a special issue, which both China and Russia have had an interest in. So since 2017 and 2024, they created this subcommission for cooperation in the Northern Sea route, which spells out kind of long-term cooperation. And at the same time, this Sino-Russian maritime security cooperation, so Coast Guard cooperation, has gained this Arctic dimension of Chinese ships having gone to the Arctic Ocean after a joint patrol with the Russian counterparts. But this took place in the international waters of the Arctic Ocean and not on the Northern Sea route. So I was really interested in specifically on what kind of how Russia is allowing China to use this route and if there has been any changes. So overall, Russia is preferring to maintain strict control over the activities on the Northern Sea route. This has traditionally been kind of reflected to also suspicion towards Chinese research activities in the route. And then after the Ukraine war, there have been some statements that would Russia allow Chinese naval ships to transit the route, and at least Russia's Arctic envoy stated that Russia proceeds from the reality that it will take care of the security of these areas itself on the long term. So that's kind of a statement too. But in terms of economic cooperation, this is the area where kind of the most significant changes have happened after 2022. So what we see in the use of the Northern Sea route is that after kind of the short halt of international traffic on the route, it has since 2023 essentially become a China-Russia transit corridor. So the shipping of LNG has of course continued mostly to Europe and then to Asia also. But then separately, there are these Chinese companies coming to the route, which are small private companies, which is a difference between previous times, that are kind of also trying to advance some shipping between China and Russia on the route. So the new shipping line is the most involved in these areas. And then in 2025, I went through kind of also some selected data from different sources here. And the Northern Sea Route General Administration, I was able to find out that around 25 Chinese vessels had been on the route, and the average vessel age was 20 years. So, but 80% of these vessels did not have any ice training. So this spells out kind of that Russian authorities are actually not caring for the consequences of potential environmental risks or disasters along the route. So in terms of military and scientific use, what was interesting for me is that there have been no joint naval exercises, Coast Guard patrols, or search and rescue cooperation between China and Russia or along the Northern Sea route, and this kind of reflects the inherent limits in the cooperation. So Russia is not, while some Chinese sources see that this cooperation will grow, Russian experts and military academics seem to be more skeptic towards this. And the Arctic security cooperation for now seems to be in a confidence building phase. So, and then in terms of scientific use, there have been some some instances where Russia has allowed China to actually use this route, and then last year was finally after 2012 the first time or the second time that China was able to use the route. But this kind of the Sino-Russian scientific cooperation is advancing. It's a little bit ad hoc. It's increasing, but the Chinese research icebreaker made its first port call in Murmansk in 2024. But it did not transit the Northern Sea route, which was interesting. So the Chinese research activities have also kind of been, because of these Russian suspicions, maybe located into another areas. So the case study 3, the Arctic Satellite Cooperation, it has a lot of also links to military use, and I will state here the few ones that are most important in my opinion. So of course the satellites many countries are looking to invest in polar orbiting satellites and high latitude ground stations, and China and Russia are no exception in this. They have plans to build their own constellation. Russia has plans to launch and build a constellation by 2031, and China's plans are more undefined. In terms of dual use, if we look at what has happened, in terms of the Russia's plans are quite significant, or they have a lot of dual use relevance. So they have launched to date 2 of these Arctica M satellites, which are meteorological satellites, and 2 Condor FKA, and 1 Observer R satellites, which are synthetic aperture radar satellites. But these 2 last ones I was able to connect quite directly to Ministry of Defense projects, and their military use is quite probably very much likely during the Ukraine war. With China's plans, they are more up in the air, but China has the significant disadvantage that it doesn't have any satellite ground stations there. So it's looking towards the Antarctica and domestic infrastructure and to build these capabilities. But what I found in the Sino-Russian cooperation, that beyond preliminary discussions for commercial use of these satellites, there hasn't been a lot of actually cooperation in this aspect. But that doesn't remove that this is actually a potential area where China and Russia might cooperate more in the future. So final conclusions, and I will be brief in the interest of time. So across the 3 cases that I studied, the main finding is that in these dual use areas, the cooperation has been kind of limited, and it has advanced in many sectors unevenly, and mainly been economic. But in many areas, the potential for the cooperation is there. The military relevance maybe not so much yet in terms of these areas which I examined. But the cooperation has become more future-oriented and long-term. So the strategic partnership is more visible now in the cooperation between China and Russia. But the limits of the civilian and military activities were quite clear in the Russian Arctic. And I thought about it a lot. What's the of course, there's many reasons here. So there's the Russian suspicion towards Chinese activities. There's the protection of these areas. But in other areas, Russia is willing to have China as a partner, like in the shipping. But in terms of dual use, if we look at how China and Russia have utilized this dual use, so in that sense, in the Russian Arctic, this seems to be kind of at odds with each other. So with China, it has pursued this kind of increased access and presence and understanding of the region through these dual use activities and civil military activities, while Russia has sought to bolster its civilian and military infrastructure and fairness in the region, so for both economic and national security purposes. So in that sense, they are a little bit mixed, especially in the Russian Arctic, where Russia is protective of its territories and areas in the region. So I will close off here. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasu, and let's then bombard him with questions. First.
Tor Buchwald from the Norwegian Defence Research Establishment. Very short question. Is China significantly more advanced in terms of satellite technology than Russia? Do you know that?
Well, I think it's kind of, if I would have to estimate, so China has a kind of a broader base for its satellite technology. So it has the benefit of being able to utilize both commercial resources which are advancing very fast, and then it has the potential to also, it has these state-built projects. So many of China's satellites are also kind of more modern than the Russian ones. So Russia has difficulties in replacing its satellites in these constellations. So that's one. And then, of course, after the war, the kind of the Ministry of Defense's kind of hand in these activities has grown. So this is kind of like narrowing the potential for the Russian commercial space assets to be utilized. So a lot of the capabilities that Russia has is towards, specifically towards military and dual use. So yeah.
Jakub Godzimirski, Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. I have a question concerning the Northern Sea Route, because it seems that there are two somehow logics behind the Russian interest in the Northern Sea Route and the Chinese interest. The Russian interest is mostly about the Northern Sea Route being a very important transport route for kind of internal purposes, while for China it's mostly about shortening the distance between the Chinese production sites and markets in Europe. Then there is also a strange connection external to the region, meaning that, for instance, the turmoil in the Red Sea corridor could be a sort of motivation for China to opt for more use of the Northern Sea Route, because there is this kind of strange connection. Have you seen any signs of this type of considerations on the Chinese side, or is it something that is not being paid a lot of attention?
Yeah, I think you're very correct that it's kind of like different task. Of course, for Russia also the international use is also important, but after 2022, what was significant in the vessels is that basically until 2025, the international transit, so between, for example, Asia and Europe, completely halted on the route. So that was one consequence of the war. And in 2025, there were these Chinese ships, this Istanbul bridge that transited the route finally. So I think in the next years, I think more Chinese companies will actually start to do again these international transits, and they will be kind of more closer to also the European areas in this regard. So, but in terms of the limitations, I would say that especially the military use and the military activities, I would say that it's kind of a hard limit in the cooperation. So I don't know if China is able to leverage this commercial access to other uses in the.
Davis Petraitis, Baltic Defence College. Thank you for your presentation. I almost know the answer you are going to give, but still have temptation to ask. Have you came across any facts, at least allowing you to have suspicion that China is conducting deep undersea projects in Arctic?
No, I haven't. So they're using these AUVs and submersibles during the Arctic scientific expeditions to map out the seabed and the areas beneath the ice, and these kind of like the slide or the kind of the Chialong that I showed in the beginning of the presentation. So there it was really. These are developments that have been started, this under ice exploration within the past few years. So in that sense, it's kind of an emerging area. But in terms of like, let's say, long-term hydrophones and research biouse, so China has some research biouse that it has placed in the region, but it doesn't seem to have any kind of massive listening program or anything like that in terms of the Arctic ice. But it's very much researching how to to spot these different assets and what are, for example, the acoustics under the polar ice. So these are kind of the dual use implications of these activities, which have been strengthening in the past few years.
All right, we technically have still 2 minutes for a question if anyone wants to ask. I don't see hands rising, so thanks a lot, Sasu, for this presentation, and then let's move into the final presentation by Samuel Bendett.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you to FNDU for organizing this event and for inviting me to present on this very interesting and rather unique topic. Today I'm going to talk about Russian People's VPK, or Russian People's Defense Industrial Complex, a term that was really formed around 2024 and as part and a consequence of the, convergence of multiple events and multiple conditions. Number one, I guess, the Russian military that invaded Ukraine very quickly found out that as it shifted into the war it was fighting in mid-2022 onwards, it quickly found out that it was lacking in many components and many parts and lots of equipment as it ran through it very, very quickly in this attritional sort of stationary type of combat that it was fighting. And a lot of Russian soldiers basically ended up without the things they needed in tactical engagements all across the front. Another important condition that gave birth to People's VPK is the fact that modern technology is ubiquitous, and a lot of soldiers that went to the front went there with their own personal cell phones, mobile communications, internet was available, and so their complaints, their problems became public by and then more and more as these problems basically mounted. And so some of these soldiers, and then many junior officers, and even some of the more mid-level officers started communicating with the home front, with their families, with their relatives, with people they knew about things that they needed, things that they lacked. And so Russian civil society writ large, lots of people, lots of different types of individuals that we'll get to in a few seconds, decided to help out. In this presentation, I will talk about many developments that are mirror imaging what is actually happening on the Ukrainian side as well, where civil society organization, civil society support is more organized and is better aligned with the needs of the government and the military. And in the Russian military, the assistance from 2022 onwards was a little more ad hoc, but has since matured into a process that can enable the military to fight the fight it needs to fight against the Ukrainian forces. And so the quote that you're seeing is actually from a Russian volunteer who talks about the fact that things at the front, at the tactical level especially, change so quickly that essentially official guidelines, official documents were inadequate and couldn't really match the demand in the essentially in the trenches. And so a lot of soldiers started experimenting with technologies aided by people from the People's VPK so that they can actually develop technologies and therefore tactics that they needed. So who are people who are comprising this People's VPK, this Народный военно-промышленный комплекс? Well, as civil society started to assist the Russian military in its fight against Ukraine, these individuals included a lot of private people. They included wealthy donors. They included organizations. They included regional governments. They included connections to the Ministry of Defense. and essentially everyone and anyone in between. And I mentioned modern communications that enable this back and forth, this information exchange. And it's really important. It's actually going to become really important as we head into this week within the timeline of this presentation, in that a lot of demands and a lot of requirements and a lot of requests for certain things that the Russian military was lacking were made public on social media applications, apps, and messaging platforms that were readily available. And so Russian military and the volunteers who started to support them became very active on apps like Telegram. They started using Signal. They started using WhatsApp, essentially in violation of operational security at the front, but to meet the need and the requirement for information and technologies and essentially things that the military didn't have. Did the Russian military try to assist and try to fix some of the problems? Of course. But as we know, and as Mike and others have indicated, Russian military is very hierarchical. It is also very document and process heavy. So for many people at the front to request something that they needed at the tactical level, they needed to fill out a lot of paperwork. They needed to go through many, many processes that were quite cumbersome and required a lot of time. It was just easier for them to create a message on Telegram saying, hey, we need DJI Mavic quadcopters. We need this, we need that. And therefore, here's the bank card that you can donate to. And if you donate your funding to this bank card, and that's the image on the right, we will buy something, and then we will actually record a video that will confirm that we bought something with your money and that we're going to use it. And so some of these volunteer efforts rose from single individual to groups of individuals to essentially small-scale organizations, small-scale startups that ranged anywhere from a few people to up to several hundred people, that started to assist with fundraising, that started to assist with acquisition of certain materials. And so communication and feedback was absolutely key for the ecosystem of volunteers and civil society organizations as they began to communicate with the soldiers and as the soldiers were giving them feedback. A lot of these organizations, in fact, most of them, are relying on commercial technologies. And so at the tactical level, when it comes to people's VPK developments, many of the systems and technologies that they ultimately fielded for the Russian soldiers were purchased on AliExpress. A lot of them came from China. These were made with Chinese components, assembled from Chinese components, or essentially bought wholesale from Chinese marketplaces, because that's what the soldiers needed, that's what the soldiers lacked, and that's what the Ministry of Defense could not provide in volumes enough for these soldiers to utilize. What is the overall impact of this People's VPK? I think it's difficult to estimate even now. We can throw out a number on the board and say that the volunteers and startups have raised an X amount of money. And as President Putin remarked several weeks ago in his national address, apparently the Russian volunteers and the People's VPK from middle of 2022 onwards were able to raise 83 billion rubles worth of equipment, supplies that went directly to the front. And so that's a sizable amount of money for Russia, where the average salary, monthly salary, is not that high. And $1 billion worth of equipment raised over 4 years may be substantial, but in the grand context, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that large. People's VPK, Народный военно-промышленный complex, may develop certain types of weapons and systems. It may buy certain types of weapons and systems in bulk, or certain types of technologies in bulk, but the overall acquisition of weapons and the overall delivery of weapons, of course, is the monopoly of the official defense industrial complex. And so VPK, this People's VPK, forms a very small part, but a very active part of what the Russian military needs or what the Russian military requires right now at the front. It is also the part that is quite public, as a lot of requirements, a lot of developments were openly discussed on Telegram and other social media platforms as the commentary about the situation at the front that led to the overall assistance flows were also made very public on social media apps, and this will become quite important in a few minutes. So what are some of these efforts? Well, number one, some people stepped forward and said, hey, we're going to fundraise to acquire, let's say, DJI Mavic drone that costs several $1,000s. Here's a bank card, you can donate to us. Other people stepped up and said, hey, we're going to actually acquire some of these drones in bulk and ship them to the front. We're going to ship them to specific units. We're going to ship them to specific officers. Others said Russian military actually lacks tactical level electronic warfare and counter UAS defenses. Prior to 2022, if you talked about electronic warfare, you were dealing with larger, heavier systems that really became quite vulnerable to the type of war that emerged in 2023 onwards as the rise in the use of tactical drones made the use of larger, heavier systems quite difficult at the front. They had to be pushed all the way back, but the soldiers still needed something like an electronic warfare jammer or a counter-UAS tactic or a system, and those started to be provided by volunteers, starting with drone detectors that could be purchased on online marketplaces for several $100s that would enable soldiers to essentially see certain operating frequencies of drones overhead so that they could at least be alerted that there's a drone nearby. Some of the efforts merged and morphed into essentially enterprises that were delivering supplies to the soldiers, from underwear to medical kits to masking nets to uniforms. Some organizations were fundraising and delivering civilian vehicles, which are still very much in use in the Russian forces and also in the Ukrainian forces. People were purchasing civilian minivans, ATVs, light pickup trucks, repainting them and shipping them to the front, where they would undergo additional modifications. Some volunteers started 3D printing certain components for tactical UAVs as they too have evolved at the front. And some of those 3D printed components are quite important at the tactical level. They too are enabled by the acquisition and purchasing of commercial 3D printing stations. And there are volunteer efforts that essentially have dozens and dozens of 3D printers lined up somewhere where they keep churning out certain parts for a drone 24/7. Other organizations became a lot more sophisticated. They started actually training soldiers and other volunteers who went to the front on tactics, techniques, procedures, and concepts that the soldiers would need. And this is how some of the first drone pilot schools emerged that were teaching soldiers how to utilize DJI quadcopters, FPV-type drones, and short-range fixed-wing UAVs. And the images that you see are some of the messages on Telegram talking about this type of fundraising and the potential impact for the soldiers. Some of the organizations eventually became nationwide. They started having a national impact, and they started having quite a significant impact on how Russian military thinks about tactical warfare and what kind of systems it needs to conduct its continued invasion of Ukraine. And so probably one of the biggest success stories in the Russian People's VPK, success speaking objectively as a researcher, is an organization called Dronitsa. So Dronitsa is a play on words on the word drone, was a product of the volunteer organization that goes all the way back to 2014, the Coordination Center for Assistance to Novorossiya, and some of the regional efforts in the Greater Novgorod region. In 2022, several volunteers got together and said, we need to talk about what is happening at the tactical level in this war, because we're not hearing enough from the MOD. We're not seeing the evidence that the Russian MOD is actually adapting and absorbing and even understanding the lessons of tactical warfare. So we need to get together with volunteers who are developing, buying, and acquiring these systems, and the military end users, the soldiers, and we need to talk about what we're seeing and how we're actually seeing it. And so this event has now become an annual event that grew from the first participation in 2022 of just several hundred people to well over 2,000 participants last September. That brought together the representatives of the People's VPK, that brought together regional and national government representatives, military end users, and anybody else who is interested in the civil society in helping out the Russian military. And so what you see here is essentially some of the images, including the label of this organization. It is notable that Dronitsa logo, its motto is Cogito ergo vinco in Latin. It means I think, therefore I win. So it is an organization that is conducting analysis of the tactical situation in Ukraine, and it is an organization that is sharing those lessons with the soldiers, with the ultimate end users. It is notable that last year's Dronitsa's theme was learning from mistakes. So this organization that brings together lots and lots of volunteer efforts essentially went from what is it that we need, what is it that we can buy to help Russian soldiers, what is it that we need to do to enable a better development and better communication amongst volunteers and amongst volunteers and the military, to, okay, we are 4 years into this conflict. What are we going to do? How are we going to learn mistakes and spread them across the force? Dronitsa, as an example of the Russian People VPK's success, is also important because a lot of these organizations, a lot of these efforts are solo efforts, and they don't like to talk to each other, they don't like to deal with each other on many occasions, they can't quite share what they are doing, a lot of people are territorial with their specific efforts. So Dronitsa as a platform became this sort of an effort to conduct horizontal connections between many volunteers to bring them together for a horizontal level discussion. It is also notable that this particular effort doesn't have a lot of military and government VIPs. In 2024, Dronitsa actually discussed lessons learned from Ukrainian application of tactical drones and Ukrainian cooperation between its own civil society and the government. And they were talking about Ukrainian successes and Russian failures. And apparently that really pissed off a lot of government officials, Russian government officials, who were in the audience because they were quite shocked that this type of discussion and debate is taking place openly. And so other successes that are related to Dronitsa is the use of the fiber optic KVN FPV type drone, Knyaz Vandal Novgorodsky. It is one of Russia's most widely used fiber optic FPV type drones, and it is a brainchild of Dronitsa organizers. There are other drones that are now in use by the Russian military, other counter-UAS and electronic warfare systems in use by the Russian military that were developed early on by the volunteers that were managing to scale up their developments. But of course, the problem with many startups, any startup, whether it's an IT startup or a technical or a manufacturing startup, is you can have a good idea, you can actually have a good product, and you can get feedback from the end users on how your product can actually be better. But you can't scale up your development because you're a startup. You don't have the manufacturing facilities, you don't have the funding, you don't have all of the paperwork filed, for example, in order for your technology to be scaled up. This is the job of the official VPK. This is the job of the government. And so the Russian People's VPK's problem, which I'll get to in a few minutes, is essentially how to scale up their developments, how to make sure that their successful breakthroughs are adopted by the military on a large scale. Russian government, of course, at first was ambivalent, and it's very interesting how its response to this People's VPK, to all of these horizontal connections, to this bottom-up, evolutionary, and unprecedented technological effort has evolved. A lot of official Russian VPK, its official military-industrial complex, doesn't really like or trust all these garage dwellers, all these do-it-yourself type of people. Again, a lot of developments that the Russian People's VPK builds and acquires is done in a way that bypasses the official certification process. Because officially, a weapon has to undergo through research, development, testing, lengthy evaluation, certification that can take years, maybe months. That's not possible in Ukraine anymore. You have to iterate and innovate very quickly. And so these technical startups and volunteers can do that, but the end product is something that is not officially certified. And so the official VPK has sort of this ambivalent relationship with the small-scale and yet impactful People's VPK, but things are still changing because their impact was visible at the front, because soldiers were using all of the commercial type products, dual-use products that were developed and acquired almost illegally from all of these organizations and all of these efforts. And so Russian government said, okay, this effort will continue, can continue, but we will start taking control. We will start making sure that these volunteers don't do something that may harm or negatively impact how the Russian military is fighting right now. And so the biggest volunteer effort that eventually grew with 2022 onwards, from 2022 onwards, was this organization called Narodny Front, People's Front. It also fundraises, it also buys a lot of stuff, it has national centers where you can bring something for the soldiers or you can donate your money, but it is officially connected to the Kremlin. Russian government in 2024 understood that the impact of People's VPK can be substantial because a lot of developments are quite important. When it comes to UAVs, when it comes to electronic warfare systems, unmanned ground vehicles, even unmanned surface vehicle developments, and everything and anything that the Russian military needed. And so President Putin and Defense Minister Belousov directed the official VPK to better cooperate with People's VPK. And this process is uneven, it is somewhat slow, but there are some notable contacts made, for example, by the Kalashnikov Enterprise, which reached out to at least 2 organizations to make sure that People's VPK products can undergo official certification, testing, and can be scaled up by the official VPK for large-scale manufacturing for the front. Some military units and some important formations like the Rubicon Center, as well as Bar Sarmat and a couple of others, have technology centers that connect directly to People's VPK for research and development and evaluation and testing of these VPK products for the front. And that relationship is likely, it is likely to continue. When you read comments from representatives of Russian volunteers and startups, you get the impression that things improved drastically after Defense Minister Belousov assumed control of the MOD. And Belousov is a civilian. He came from the civilian environment. He actually worked with UAVs before he became defense minister. And they trust Belousov to understand this interesting, novel concept of People's VPK, this private sector technology development, and how it can aid the Russian military. And so actually Belousov is in regular contact with representatives of the People's VPK, with military correspondents and bloggers who write about People's VPK, and this relationship is likely to continue as well. Now, I mentioned how all of this became possible because soldiers could talk about their problems, they could talk about what they needed on official commercial apps like Telegram and Signal. And 4 years in, there's now an absolutely massive amount of data on apps like Telegram, where volunteers, startups, representatives of the People's VPK, Russian soldiers, officers, were commenting on how the war actually evolved, especially at the tactical level, what the problems were, how they were overcome or not overcome, what are the deficiencies in the Russian military, what is needed at the tactical level, what kinds of developments are necessary. And Russian government probably had enough. And so this Tuesday, a key Russian state agency announced that it is going to start throttling Telegram access for the Russian soldiers at the front, as well as for anybody who is having a significant presence on that app. Their justification was that it's a foreign app, it is essentially a security risk, and anybody who is talking about tactics or details or anything else is putting themselves and the Russian military at risk. And so this is causing a significant issue right now amongst the volunteers who need open access to communication platforms like Telegram and Signal to actually communicate with the soldiers and to communicate with the larger outside world. So right now there's a lot of questions that the volunteers are asking, how they can better assist the front, how they can better assist the military, now that their access to a key communication platform is going to be significantly slower and become nearly impossible. Russian government wants all of that communication to move to the MAX messaging app, which is a government-sponsored messaging app that they need to be installed on every Russian cell phone. But MAX is a technology that is not yet actually tested. And obviously for those who build a huge following or have vast quantities of important data on what is needed at the front are complaining that they can't just move their content to a Russian government-provided app. And so it will be very interesting to see how the volunteer effort and the soldiers that respond and depend on that volunteer effort will actually go forward. Some of the problems still remain within the Russian People's VPK. These are, again, startups, individual efforts. They don't have a good way to communicate with each other horizontally. In other words, they don't always cooperate. They don't want to cooperate all the time. People who create a technology are worried about their intellectual property. What happens to that intellectual property if they share it with other volunteers, if they share it with the military? And so Russian government effort to actually start absorbing some of these enterprises, some of these efforts writ large, is causing an alarm because these individuals are concerned that they will actually lose their IP, they will be lost in the larger VPK ecosystem, and their initiative, their ability to iterate will actually be lost as well. There's a lack of overall organization, and organizations like Dronica, which I described a few minutes ago, is stepping in to actually become a platform for larger discussion so that all of these efforts could be brought together. But the most important problem right now is the lack of funding. If you are a technical startup in Russia, you have a lot of questions about where to go to actually receive the money for you to continue your work. And especially if you are working with weapon-like systems and weapon-like technologies, there are not a lot of Russian funding that is available for you, especially not a lot of official funding. If you read official Ministry of Defense publications and government publications, you will see that there are in fact certain funds and initiatives which are available, but the volunteers are not always taking advantage of that because they're afraid of and are mistrustful of Russian bureaucracy and the way it does things. And finally, probably most importantly as well, is the overall exhaustion and fatigue amongst the Russian volunteers. Many people started helping, they started buying, they started developing things, they were tinkering with certain technologies on their own time, away from their own families. They were using their own money, and they're still using their own money. But 4 years into this war, they're simply tired. They can no longer spend as much time. They don't have the money and the funds. And so this exhaustion is having an effect as well, as some of the people who are receiving assistance from this Russian People's VPK are saying, hey, don't stop helping us. We know you're exhausted. We're the ones fighting. We need you. But the people who are helping saying, listen, we are tired of spending our money away from families. We can't do this anymore. So this may become a problem as well. And if the problem with communication on platforms like Telegram, which may not be available long term, is also going to add to that equation, you're going to have a very interesting sort of scenario where the majority of these volunteer startup efforts may in fact fall by the wayside, stop operations, or just essentially transfer their intellectual property and all the other initiatives to the larger official military industrial complex for them to do with it what they must. And so my organization does a lot of analysis of Russian military tactics, techniques, procedures, and concepts. These are just some of the reports. Everything that I talked about was taken from public sources, so you can follow me on social media if you'd like, or you can shoot me an email if you want. I'll take your questions right now.
Thank you very much, Sam, and we have time for a few questions.
Thank you, Sam. Great, very interesting. I did something similar a couple of years ago on the Ukrainian people's OPK or VPK, and what came out of that study was that the official Ukrainian OPK in most cases, they would try to prevent these newcomers from emerging in the market, mostly either by keeping them out of the defense order and also by preventing them from getting export licenses. But in a few cases, you actually saw some kind of co-optation strategy. Some of that co-optation would be malignant in the sense that they basically would try to steal their technology and then get them out again. Others were more cooperative. So the question would be, I can see like 3 scenarios moving forward here. Either this industry dies, it gets co-optated by the official industry, or it becomes the cradle of something slightly independent and new and maybe even more creative. Which one of these scenarios would you think is the most likely? Thank you.
It's a good question. So for the first time, Russia has a private military industry. If we go back to the birth of the Russian modern state in the early 17th century, all weapons production, weapons development, or anything that could be considered a weapon was the purview and under the control of the Russian government, imperial government, Soviet government, and so on. These volunteers who can buy a DJI Mavic drone, rig it to drop explosives and send that now modified commercial product to the front, where it can become a military weapon, is something of an anomaly in the Russian history in general. And so there are many in the Russian government which are probably very uncomfortable with the fact that there are thousands of people who now know how to build certain types of tactical weapons and systems. And so it is very likely that as this continues, as Russian government is conducting a number of steps outlined here and the ones that I discussed, some of the more successful efforts are going to be co-opted. The core effort, this startup culture that can quickly iterate and develop something that could respond to the battlefield conditions, may remain with some of these efforts. But overall, most of the efforts are relatively small scale and will probably stop operating at some point or another. The last point that I made about exhaustion is very salient. People who are working are indeed tired, and they're voicing that complaint on their messaging apps that they don't want to do this anymore because the state now has to step in and develop innovative technologies, respond faster to the front, and deliver what is needed to the soldiers in bulk and volume.
One more.
All right. Hey, Sam, great presentation. Just a couple very big questions. First, in the Ukrainian case, drones and these technologies were developed, but many of them were associated with specifically drone units who essentially set up their own labs, and that allowed them to iterate. Do you know of the specific units that are associated with development of those people's VPK? You can't iterate unless you have a user, and you have to be very close to that user.
Right.
And often in the Ukrainian case, you would have even then production facilities set up associated with a specific drone unit and feeding into that drone unit and maybe expanded. But essentially, Ukrainian military became a series of defense startup and labs, if you look at the big units. So the first one is like, what units are these associated with? Do we know their names? Because otherwise they can't iterate and develop the product.
Right.
And second one, briefly, okay, capital and production. The biggest problems with these approach were first, scaling production, very hard. Second, standardization. This is a challenge Ukraine ran into. Okay, if we have a people's VPK, then we don't have any standardization, okay, in terms of production, and it's hard to do quality control and all this. Over the last year, there are two counterindicated trends. One, everybody complaining that they can no longer collect money and there's not enough donations because people are tired of donating for the third, fourth year of the war. That typically makes sense. It's a problem on the Ukrainian and Russian side. At the same time, much higher production of Russian drones and a much larger number of drones available to Russian units for day-to-day battlefield employment. So at some point, the state must have stepped in with capital to substitute for what was informally sourced or privately collected money. Is that the case? Because otherwise I can't make sense of the inputs and outputs.
Right. On the units, probably one of the more famous ones is the Bar Sarmat, led by Dmitry Rogozin, former head of the Russian Space Agency. He reinvented himself as the war began, as the man of the people. He went to the front and he founded this fast reaction unit that now works with the People's VPK. They have their own field lab. They have their own R&D center right there at the front where they can essentially tinker with technology or they can modify the technology that they get from the People's VPK, give feedback to these startups what they actually need. Again, another more famous one, probably the most famous one, is the Rubicon Center. They have their own technical center. They too cooperate with the People's VPK. They provide feedback. As far as the state stepping in, absolutely, they did. There are more military-grade systems at the front as there are dual-use and commercial systems. But if you listen to lots of Russian volunteers, they are still saying, and in fact Rogozin was saying that too, the bulk of some of the tactical systems that they get are still from the volunteers. For example, I think last month one of the Telegram channels reported that they have officially provided reflashing software for DJI Mavic drones, meaning the software that enables the drone to operate in a military setting outside of the commercial space. And they worked on their 400,000th DJI drone. So 400,000 DJI drones were purchased by volunteers and delivered to the front in specific volumes. There are also MOD pathways that deliver those systems, and the volunteers recognize that. But when it comes to some of the FPV variants, when it comes to some of the fixed-wing variants used, they also come from these small technical startups. Regional governments have stepped in, such as the government of Novgorod that is sponsoring Dronitsa, regional government in the Far East that is sponsoring the development of the Veles FPV drone, and they're now providing funding and financing for some of these efforts to be scaled up. This also led to the essential decrease in the number of different variants at the front from many, many dozens in 24 and 23 to now probably about a dozen or so, used mostly by the military. And some of these efforts established very good contacts with the MOD, like the Sudoplatov effort and their VT-40 radio control and fiber optic drone, to enable manufacture of these UAVs in the hundreds of thousands for the front every month. I mentioned Knyaz Vandal Novgorodsky as a success story of Dronitsa. The creators are now saying that they can manufacture and assemble 50,000 of these fiber optic drones across the country, with the help of regional government and with the help of MOD.
All right, I'm sorry we're past our schedule already, so let's just close this session, and thanks Juha, Sam and Sasu for excellent presentations. Let's continue over coffee.
Okay, welcome everyone to this panel session 1.6 on services of the armed forces. Let me first introduce our first speakers. So we have presenting Amelie Tolving, who is a visiting researcher with the Mannerheim Professorship of Russian Security Studies Working Group, University of Helsinki, and a PhD candidate in political science at the University of Toronto. And Katri Pynnöniemi, who is professor of Russian security studies at the University of Helsinki and the Finnish National Defence University. Pynnöniemi leads the Mannerheim Professorship Working Group that explores Russia's strategic thought and implications for the European security. Please, Amelie and Katri, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. Today we'll be presenting a work in progress that Katri and I are working on together. So it would be really great to hear your thoughts, your questions, your concerns, your outrage, etc. As we go through this. Yeah, Katri, if you want to add, yeah.
Yes, so during my research of Russian military thinking in the context of war against Ukraine, I came across with, I was, let's say, a bit surprised how openly a lot of these military writers write about the attacks against the civilians. So I'm very happy to cooperate with Amelie in her research. And there is, in a way, the attempt also, or what we want to do is to document this evolution of thinking and also these linkages between Russian political, military theoretical and actual practices of violence. So how these are related and then maybe contribute later, at least to the historical record, if nothing more.
So the puzzle and research question that we're trying to address in this project is, like other militaries, Russia's military history has these repeated instances of intentional and targeted violence against civilians. And this is obviously not explicitly mentioned in Russian military doctrine. And so the question, or our unofficial research question is, can we trace this kind of normalization of violence elsewhere? And we hone in on Russian military theorists and ask, how do they frame violence against civilians in warfare?
And obviously, we are operating in a field that has a long history. So since 15th century, there's a gradual historical process of thinking about the protection of civilians, first on those residing on their own territory, and later also enemy territory. And here in the picture you see the situation after the Second World War, when this thinking about protection of civilians was institutionalized, codified into international law, and the loopholes that existed within the existing custom were kind of tried to be addressed with this. But at the same time, of course, the Second World War was a prime example of how, in the context of military strategy, the practices and ideas of just war or protection of civilians was disregarded, and instead we had this notion of strategic bombing that was practiced. And in a way, understanding that war, one aspect is to look at it as one of the stages of evolution of warfare into this industrial type of modern war.
And other works, aside from military thought, have also discussed how military or armed groups target civilians, and the framing is key here, right? Liane Fuji, in her work on the Rwandan genocide, has said that the genocidal leaders had to transform this normative environment. So making killing your fellow civilians not just something that is unthinkable, but something that is legitimate and then justifiable or imperative. And we've seen research on how armies and armed groups have used different framing mechanisms. And these are just two examples. So Letter Maynard has said that civilians can be framed as a legitimate target because they pose a threat to the army or the military. And Bellamy, also in a similar vein, says that these groups can frame civilians as targets because they're culpable. They have aided the rebels or the other side, and so through their culpability, they are then legitimate targets.
Yeah, and also we could say that different types of typologication or typologies of war, for example, if we frame or discuss war as a colonial war or partisan war or revolutionary civil war, it sort of assumes this participation and the different status for the civilians. And this was exceptionally something that we found out when I worked with the Kati Parpei historian, how in this pseudo-historical, academic historical debates in Russia, there are a lot of examples of this sort of framing of civilians as legitimate targets that then could be linked with the idea of genocidal war, or at least these crimes against humanity, if we would look this issue from that perspective.
In terms of research design, our main source of data are two military journals, Военная мысль and Вестник Академии военных наук. We chose these two because they are really representative of Russian military thought, as I'm sure a lot of these people, the people in the audience know. And we're really following in the footsteps of some really great work that was done, for example, by Christian Yoyart. I don't know where he is in the audience, but maybe he's here. And we'll also be looking at additional works by prominent military thinkers, so Kukoshin, Gareev. The scope of the project is from 1991 to 2023, and we'll be paying particular attention to the periods of Russia's main wars in what it considers its backyard. So the Chechen Wars, the invasion of Georgia in 2008, and then the invasions of Ukraine in 2014 and 2022. And the unit of analysis here is works that mention civilians, civilian populations, and civilian infrastructure. For the presentation, however, as I mentioned, this is a work in progress. These are preliminary results. We've done a systematic analysis of articles in Военная мысль for 2021 to 2023. And like I mentioned, we're selecting articles which have this discussion of civilians. And so we had 21 articles. And through thematic content analysis, we have found the following frames. So civilians, the legitimate target, civilians as a threat to either Russian forces, the government, or Russian allies, civilians as an unfortunate but necessary casualty, civilians that are part of the operational environment and not really discussed in positive or negative terms, so they're neutral. And then finally, civilians as people that are to be protected or helped. And the most prominent frames that we found were the civilians as a threat in first place, and then civilians as a legitimate target in second place. And I think it's really important to note that this threat framing is typically in reference to hybrid war. And so these are civilians that have been brainwashed, for example, by the West to act against Russia. I think Katri will talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, if you change so there's one of the examples here that I think our audience will recognize easily. So it's very good example in a way of the assumptions that guide the Russian military writings on the hybrid war. And if we look closer, I think, or if we put it into the historical perspective, we could say that there is this expectation of population to be organized into a weapon. So we could say weaponization of the politics or mass consciousness that was part of the Soviet thinking, of course. And then it leads into this possibility of repressions inside in the domestic sphere, and this securitization and control of the public sphere. So that can be used as in that sense. But then it's also used as a framework of interpreting changes in the environment, in the Russian security environment. So here we have a specific reference to Ukraine, color revolutions that start in 2004. And then as a result, it sort of creates this list of potential actors, individuals and groups to be targeted, destroyed or co-opted as the preference is in the first page. And then as a result, we talk about the change, difficulty to distinguish between peacetime, wartime, and here, as a result, there's distinction between the civilian and combatant becomes blurred, or its meaning changes.
The second example that we have up here is that of legitimating violence against civilians as a target. And in this piece by Ulanov, he very explicitly says that we need to create this fear factor for the civilians, which, as he says, could include threats of physical extermination of part of the population, unacceptable environmental damage to the territory, the complete or partial destruction of infrastructure, and while some of these could be considered military targets, water supplies and energy supplies are not, and critical elements of the economic complex.
Yeah, just maybe to add that obviously this is not particularly Russian phenomenon or something that only Russia would do, but this is part of the discourse as well.
So in terms of preliminary patterns, this is not a super informative graph, but I thought it was an interesting representation of the two most dominant frames. And so we see that civilians as a threat was most frequently used. We had 6 articles which had this framing in 2021, decreased to 3 in 2022 and 1 in 2023, whereas the civilians as a legitimate target popped up in 2022 and 2023. And in terms of next steps, we'll obviously be expanding this graph and reading more articles and reading more works. And so hopefully we'll have something much larger. And so, as I mentioned, we'll be expanding the corpus to include works that have been written prior to 2021, so from 1991 to 2020. We still have to complete the coding for this. And ideally, we'd be analyzing the temporal patterns in these framings. So are there changes in the way civilians have been framed during these periods, or has it been the same? And in terms of challenges, at least that we've run into so far, we've been relying on the most prominent frame within the article, but obviously these are not always consistent, and so some articles have multiple framings. And we also are kind of grappling with what to do when the articles are differing depending on the operational context and when describing either Western tactics or Russian tactics. So we talked about the hybrid war, and this is often framed by saying that the West is manipulating countries within what Russia perceives as its sphere of influence, and this is obviously very different than, for example, a paper that's describing Russian tactics and looking back onto the Chechen wars or their experiences in Afghanistan or Syria. So yeah, something for us to work through.
Yeah, and maybe also to add that what it will be interesting and is, I think what we try to do is to try to articulate better these assumptions that are inherent in the certain discourses or narratives about this topic. And that means that we also obviously test this initial framing or the initial themes, and then try to link it maybe better with some literature, theoretical literature that is sort of relevant and representative of the Russian military thinking. So now, as you saw, we sort of have this Western historical background that we work upon. So that's something to be careful about, and I think there we need your advice.
Yeah, so really looking forward to your questions or concerns. Yeah.
Well, I open the floor for questions, as you already mentioned.
Thank you so much for a great presentation. It was really fascinating. Related to this, I was just very curious if you have discovered anything in, for example, Russian military strategies as they have evolved from the early 1990s up until now on this topic, if any.
Not yet.
Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you. This is fascinating. I have a couple of questions. First of all, is this specifically to wars, or is it something that they discuss when it comes to the domestic security situation as well? The home front, so to speak. A second question would be, you're focusing on articles, but when I look at your first slide, you were interested in how signals were sent from the leadership, I think. And so have you thought about looking at, for example, Putin's speeches on 24th of February 2022, but also when they annexed the 4 regions in September the same year? And then a more quirky question, I suppose. One of the things that I come across when it comes to cyber warfare is the fact that we don't have an international legal framework that has really made it clear who is a digital combatant, for example. So in Ukraine, you would have the government explicitly urging its citizens to take pictures of Russian formations and send them to the Ukrainian government. I mean, does that make you a combatant? So I suppose my question is, have you thought about how new technologies influence your work?
Thank you so much. So for Karo's question, I'll start with this framing of the research problem that I've kind of hinted and what I've been working on previously, and that's obviously political leadership in Russia created very strict framing and discourse, very openly aggressive enemization discourse that then what we found and what was surprising for me to find is that it is repeated so many military writings that I thought that would be more neutral or more outside of this kind of a discourse or narratives or language. And there comes this, in a way, this interest to try to look more closely in a very basic research type of way that why it, obviously we can say that in a Russian type of semi-totalitarian system, to publish something, you need to follow these frameworks. But then I think we should ask the question as well, that which is behind this theory is that normalization, normative value transfer within this military theoretical writings that often then present themselves as non-political, even if they accept the very radicalization of enemy images that are kind of within the text that discuss why Russia fights in Ukraine. Then creates this or adds authority to this idea that you can and you should fight this war to the last kind of to everyone civilian. There was this Modestov mentioned in a previous yesterday's presentation, and then he was one of those who suggested that okay, let's change the whole concept of special military operation into the international terrorist operation, and then we can, in a way, think that all Ukrainians are terrorists, and if you don't surrender, you are killed. So these kind of ideas are floating in this space, and we just want to take that. But you have a bigger project as well ongoing.
On your question about the home front, we do see this, especially with the civilians, as a threat. They do have these discussions of their own, especially the younger generation that has access to, social media, being corruptible by the West. And while that is something that we're looking at, the primary focus is on the external wars. On Katri's answer, I also just wanted to add that the reasons, I mean, it makes sense that these signals are sent from above, but part of the reasoning why we're looking at these military theorists and military writings is that they're often written by practitioners who are on the ground to a certain extent, right? And so this is a kind of direct insight into what they're thinking. Finally, about the international legal framework, I think this is a really interesting question, and one that we spoke about actually at dinner yesterday. If we look at what a civilian is according to international humanitarian law, it's a negative definition. It's someone who is not engaged in armed combat. And so even though we have these instances where civilians can participate in combat by leaking coordinates or sending photos of Russian military equipment, there's still no structure internationally in place that would change their distinction. I think it's one of those cases where we're kind of, the world is developing at a different pace from legal law, which I'm not a lawyer, so maybe someone can correct me here. But yeah, so we're still operating within that framework where, a civilian is someone who is not engaged in armed combat, who is not party to the conflict by being in the military or being in an armed group.
So thank you for the great presentation. I'm asking, when you were conducting this research and reading the articles through, so did you just focus on cases where they are actually calling civilians, like Krasnansky, or Nasenenie, or did you also take into account the cases where they might call civilians something else, like Bajeviki, Teshniki, like more as insurgents or even terrorists? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a really good question. It's all context dependent. So I have the unfortunate job of reading the entire article and kind of making a value judgment. Obviously, if we just look at the word, terrorist or insurgent, you can't really make that distinction clear if they're really terrorists or insurgents, or if they are civilians being called that. So it's a case-by-case basis, and that is going to be justified in a very extensive appendix. So, yeah.
More questions? Okay, maybe I could ask one, if there's no. I was wondering, maybe this goes a bit beyond your focus of this research, but I was thinking, if we think about the violence in Ukraine war by Russian soldiers, so we know that quite many soldiers come from, Russia has used prisoners and also recruits from these regions that have very high violent crime rates. So I was just wondering, how can you kind of distinguish between this military thinking that it's okay to harm civilians and between just that these people might be quite violent by their background?
That's a good question. I think when a soldier kind of enters a unit, and I know I'm saying this in a room full of people who are in the military, so maybe I'm just preaching to the choir, but there are some kind of norms that are imposed on them, even if they only have about a week of training or even less, right? They have to learn to adapt to their environment. And so if they're going into an environment where this is already okay, and this is already an acceptable practice, maybe it's not necessarily through these military theorists, but it's still kind of influencing them in some way, right? They're one part of a larger whole, right?
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Maybe as a follow-up then to this question, if you compare Ukraine war to Chechen wars or Georgia, and I think the use of soldiers, what their backgrounds is quite different. So could this be just maybe a comment? Could there be something that you could then use there, to elaborate this previous question?
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously the force makeup has changed from the Chechen wars and to now. And so that is something that we'll consider in the paper going forward. Sorry, I had a thought and it's gone, it evaporated.
Thank you. Other questions still? If not, we can thank Amelie and Katri. Thank you very much.
Saksen siihen sen toisen.
Okay, so let me introduce our next speakers. So, who are again Katri Pynnöniemi. He's still a professor of Russian security studies at the University of Helsinki and Finnish National Defence University. And then we have Carolina Vendil Pallin, who is deputy research director in the Russia program and heads a research project on strategies in the cyber domain at the Swedish Defence Research Agency. And they will be talking about Russian thinking and asymmetry and cyber measures to shape the battlefield experience from its war against Ukraine. Please, Katri and Carolina.
And now you must think that I'm some kind of a crazy person to produce all this research, but it's just a coincidence, and it's been many years that I haven't been presenting anything on our flagship seminar. So, but I'm really happy to be able to work with Amelie and now with Caro on this other project, and this is also very much a work in progress. So we both were in a European Zeitenwende project with the German Council for Foreign Relations, where I worked with the topic of trying to understand the meaning of all the sabotage attacks, all the kind of things for Europe. And we wrote a paper with Mario Baumann on that was published last autumn. And while we discussed this paper, Caro came up with this very good idea of maybe we should take a look at better this to contextualize it as a shaping of the battlefield in Europe. And then we started to kind of work on that, and since Caro is an expert on cyber, we focus on that, and also we would like to emphasize that we really focus on the interaction between non-military, military measures and the space between the peacetime and then wartime. So that is what it's meaning for us on shaping the battlefield. And I emphasize this because here during these 2 days we've heard a lot about what Russian military is planning or has been doing in terms of active warfare. So our paper and this discussion takes us in a way to the period before starting the full scale or any other type of warfare. So that's as a background. And then a couple of words about the issue that also I mentioned already that I've been working on, and I find it fascinating, and I kind of find it's a way for me to contribute to the military studies as such. So my research and my approach starts with the question of in what type of war Russia thinks it is. And there you have this, what I took from this Kokoshin's big book, where he, in a way, probably thinking about Clausewitz and his famous saying that war is instrument of policy and it must measure with its scale. So none of these typologies of war are outside of politics, because the scale of war, its intensity is and must be tied with the political action. So this is sort of a trivial thing, but it's also something I feel that we sometimes overlook. And of course, if we look at the Russian military doctrine or the military theory, we have these scales from limited armed conflict, revolutionary to local war, and established in a way thinking on those. And we heard already today reference to the 90s as an era when Russian militaries thought that they are going to face a maximum local war. So they started to thinking those terms. And I've been going through this, some of the 1990s writings, and it's actually really, really interesting. And then, so most likely Russia would be fight in these local wars. And what is also interesting in this 90s literature is the way it is very clear about the Russian intentions in this neighborhood. There's comparisons that make sense, so comparisons to Vietnam War or proxy wars in Cold War. And then, since Carol has been working on writing about the political framing of Russia's military and security politics, and we agree that the change in framing of why Russia goes to war starts to change around 2004, 2005, when there's a first Orange Revolution, and at least now, as a hypothetical level, we take that as a big changing point. After which, there's interesting phenomena, I think, and this is something to develop further, obviously, that the military writings about the future war become more and more abstract. They kind of lost this sense of Russia acting into some specific goals, which were very clearly defined in the late 90s literature, which is that if there is a sort of a government in the former Soviet space that Russia doesn't like, or it changes some of the policies, we will intervene. And that was said very clearly. And then later it becomes sort of muddled and more abstract and more difficult to in a way look at. So comparing these different types of literature is a kind of big project, which is not what we are going to do in this paper, but it gives you hopefully some idea where this this sort of a thing comes. So this is now something that we work together. So you worked with the empirical material, what actually happened, how Russia was preparing, what was the cyber element there. And I worked with this theoretical literature and tried to, in a way, summarize here some of the ideas that were presented as what is the meaning of preparation phase, and what is the pre-invasion activation that also been told as confrontation or the threatening period. And I won't go them very thoroughly, but a couple of points. So as you know very well, since around 2011 or earlier, there's this emphasis, actually earlier with Gareev, but emphasis on the ability to get these strategic goals without using the armed force or full armed force. And therefore, this preparation and pre-invasion activation periods are like super important, and these are emphasized. And there you have the first idea is that you kind of neutralize the threat, you weaken the adversary, and especially weaken those spots that would allow it to resist the aggression. And there are a couple of issues often mentioned in the literature. But there's also this, what we already talked earlier, this idea of deformation of state and national identity, which is considered as a sort of something others do for Russia. And then I tried to, in a way, combine several authors' ideas, but I think this idea of pre-invasion activation, and the best term to describe what is the aim is this idea of creation of artificial crisis. So you create the crisis that you then go and solve in a way, together with then intimidation, military intimidation or economic blockade. So these go together. And then the last initial part before I stop is this, at least in the literature so far, there seems to be a kind of a change. So in the context of talking about the local war, there is an idea that military is used in full force and with military objectives, whereas in the later literature it is considered as a phase in the larger escalation cycle. But now I'll stop so that Karo has time as well.
Thank you. And first of all, I'm so overjoyed to be writing with Katri, in spite of her very hectic schedule. She agreed to cooperate, which is wonderful, and it's wonderful to be here. I'll be looking at the empirics. I think some of the things that I'll say, I'll feel like I'm preaching for the choir or barging in through a couple of open doors. In most conferences, this would be news, but I think some of the things we say from the podium today is something that you've heard, because this is a very special conference. So this is an effort to look more closely at what Russia actually did on the cyber arena. And first, a note on when you work on cyber attacks. You never have complete data sets. So then you might ask, what's the use of a chart like this? Furthermore, there's always a bias in the sources. So the data sets that you use, there's a bias in those. If you use IT security reports, they're trying to sell you something. And then governments typically don't want to admit when they're being attacked, or they want to make the attack more severe than it actually was, because they have a political intent. So there are problems always when you try to make some kind of quantitative study. And Lucas Kello has been writing on this. He always says that this is an area where you have lots of data, but you can never say something for certain about the data sets as a whole. And as a matter of fact, the most severe cyber attacks are the ones that we haven't noticed. So that I've sort of undermined my own graph. But anyhow, I think the point is that you can look at trends and you can look at spikes, and especially if you do it in a larger time frame. So these are Russian cyber attacks against Ukraine from 2000 to 2025. And you can see that they increase after the first invasion, 2014, and you have a considerable spike in 2022. So remember that spikes, because I'm going to get back to it. If we look at the cyber attacks against Ukraine in 2014 to 2017, I mean, Ukraine, it's almost of a cliche that it's often described as a test bed for Russian cyber operations, but it's quite true, that notwithstanding. And what we can see also in the actual attacks that we've logged is that there's an increase in sophistication, not just in the number of attacks, but also in sophistication. So in 2014, you basically had DDoS attacks, which is not a very sophisticated way of attacking in connection with the invasion. In 2015, we had the first major attack on electric grids with an electric outage for over 200,000 people. And in 2016, Russia managed to get into an industrial control system. And we had electrical outages in Ukraine, in Kyiv actually, that year. And then in 2017, we had what is still the costliest attack ever globally, the NotPetya attack, which started as a malware and spread over the entire globe. So Russia is an offensive cyber actor. If I were to just give you 5 characteristics. First of all, they're among the top 5 internationally, I would say. They're active along the whole scale when it comes to sophistication. They have a degree of recklessness. They don't build in defenses so that the attack won't spread. And NotPetya is the best example of this because it actually boomeranged it back into Russia. Rosneft was attacked. They always deny that they're behind the attack. This might seem obvious, but there's actually a degree of difference between not acknowledging and actively denying. And then also what makes it special compared to liberal democracies, but certainly places it among the authoritarian states, is that they use cyber measures against their own population, especially the opposition and independent media. The fact that Ukraine has borne the brunt of Russian experimenting with cyber attacks and the characterization that I propose probably was what was behind expectations in the West that we would see a cyber Armageddon in 2022. In fact, we didn't see that. And there are a lot of hypotheses about why this didn't happen. I will propose the hypothesis that we overestimated Russia's intentions in the cyber domain. We didn't sufficiently understand Russian thinking on cyber attacks and their role in war. I don't think that Russia ever expected cyber attacks to take territory. So we see a spike in cyber attacks during the initial period of war in 2022. First, a short note then. We need to distinguish between cyber operations on the strategic level and what is done on the battlefield. So I'll deal with what happens on the strategic level, and then it's typically the preserve of the GRU, the Foreign Intelligence Service, this SVR, and the FSB. Second, Russia always treats cyber operations as embedded in information warfare. They very rarely single cyber operations out when they talk about these things. There is no separate cyber domain in Russian thinking, and there are no cyber troops. So we can see what Russia did in the different phases. They prepared in peacetime during the threatening period. They established presence in Ukrainian IT networks. They conducted cyber espionage against Ukraine, but also against NATO states to try and gauge what the NATO response would be. In the second phase, they activated some of the measures. This was immediately before the invasion. So their attacks became more open. And they wanted to create confusion and fear. And that's one of the things that Katri and I also come across, that creating fear is what they believe is the most powerful sentiment in order to undermine the defense. So this is the pre-invasion phase of the confrontation. And then, if you remember my first slide, there was a spike in cyber attacks in the first weeks, or actually the first week of the invasion. The plan was for the operation to be over very quickly. It was never to become a war of attrition, but it was. This is a snapshot of Russian cyber operations after 2022. We had cyber operations probably from Russia against the Olympic Games quite recently. The picture that you see behind that's all of the cyber attacks, not just Russian ones. But as you see, Ukraine is still under attack, but the intensity has reduced significantly. We do see, however, cyber attacks going up against EU member states after 2022. And I would argue that this is also part of shaping the battlefield. Shaping the battlefield does not mean that you have to go into battle. And in this case, I would say that it's mainly about undermining EU unity, EU resolve, and to reduce military and other help to Ukraine. That shapes the battlefield in Ukraine for Russia. So quickly, the conclusions, because I only have 1 minute. When we look at this and what further research to do, if you do a close reading on Russian thinking, you need to understand the different phases in preparations for the invasion. And we believe that if you do that, you can understand where Russia is on the escalation scale with Europe. We think that it might be used, not singularly, but definitely as one of the signs that something is happening, so it's an early warning signal. Perhaps it could even make us aware of when de-escalation would be possible. So the preliminary hypothesis that we arrived at, the efforts were made to shape the battlefield. They were ongoing throughout the initial period of war. What changed was the focus, the intensity of the attacks, and the visibility of the attacks. Cyber was always just intended to shape the battlefield, not to achieve a cyber Armageddon. So I think Russia is quite happy with what it achieved. And then we have suggestions for further research, of course, because you can look at this in other fields. We could look more closely at Russian defensive measures. We also have an interest in the post-conflict phase, what you do with cyber measures. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions?
So when you say that Russia wanted to shape the battlefield and not achieve Armageddon, is that then because Armageddon cannot be achieved by cyber means?
Well, first of all, I think in Russian thinking, it was never intended to play that role. It just never featured in their planning in that way. I don't think you can achieve a cyber Armageddon. I mean, certainly Russia's been more effective in affecting the electric grids and what have you in Ukraine with kinetic warfare. It's much easier. To actually get into an industrial control system takes a lot of efforts, a lot of know-how, and then you have to keep yourself hidden so that you can activate this at a precise time. I didn't go into this, but it's notoriously difficult to try and coordinate in time cyber warfare with kinetic warfare. I mean, we see a few instances where it might have been the case that it was coordinated, but it could just be a fluke. So, yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Kara, thank you so much for a great presentation. You mentioned that there are no cyber troops in Russia, but as we know, there was famous words of Mr. Shoigu in his Duma presentation, the words that disappeared from official script about existence of these troops. So can we suppose that we have such detachments organizationally under GRU control or something like that?
They definitely have units under GRU control that have the ability to conduct offensive cyber operations. I am unsure whether they have dedicated units that only deal with this. There was a hack of one unit where, I mean, the incompetence is just staggering. They left their server open. And so there was a hack against a ERU unit where you could follow their activity. And so they had people who were hackers, but they had also had people who did regular information warfare in the same unit. I think that might be the case in many instances. I can say that they don't have cyber troops with a certain degree of certainty. Firstly, because when you look at the Duma protocols from where it was Vladimir Zhirinovsky who asked Shoigu about information troops. And when you look closely in the Duma protocols, in the follow-up answer, Shoigu says, we already have those troops. And then he refers to a specific unit, kind of troops that were in the Soviet army. And then it becomes clear that they're more talking about propaganda than cyber troops. And then also when you read Russian journals today, you have articles calling for the establishment of cyber troops. So that makes me think that they probably don't exist. Also, I'm just amazed that in the writing after 2022, they're still debating whether to use the term cyber, kiber. So the debate or the thinking has not progressed massively, I would say, after 2022. Would you?
A question for Katri. I mean, looking at these earlier Russian writings on the phases of conflict, sort of preparatory initial phase of war and full scale, would you agree that it all seems rather contradictory? Because whilst in the sort of general staff level and their visualization of what war is about and what it should be, they're thinking of the large war, where the initial phase of war, of course, is in Russian military theory very important and has been much theorized. But in reality, the threat environment was such that there was possibility of some kind of regional wars, but Russia hardly had the capacity to engage in these. I mean, it was developing regional military commands or trying to do that, but it didn't really have, it only just really had the means to operate halfway effectively against Georgia. And you couldn't really talk about an initial phase of war in a war that lasted 5 days. I mean, there was some organisation in the North Caucasus military district beforehand, but it was sort of sui generis, and there was no other instance. And it was a bit difficult to conceive of what the local war would be that Russia would be involved in. So the General Staff was still thinking about the big wars. And so there's difference between the local war concept, what it required, and the larger war in terms of the phasing was contradictory.
Yes, thank you, and a very good observation, and definitely I'm still in the process of reading myself into this literature on local war, which is, there's a lot of it, and it seems to be that in the mid-90s it started exactly as a task to develop troops and develop ideas and to get a grips into what would it mean really, because that was considered as the most likely area where to use armed force. But then why it is now interesting is that when reading some of the articles about this, you sort of recognize this idea of revolutionary, this combination of, or now it is used as combination war in one of the articles in 2022. So similar elements there in the 90s in terms of regional type of a limited scale wars. But then this developed, my kind of hypothesis or idea that I would like to develop or to study is that with the understanding of the information and cyber as part of this process of preparing for the war, this writing in a way the attention shifted to something else, and it became more, let's say, it seems like more abstract and less concrete about the Russian activities that may have led also into this more difficult to articulate even inside Russia. What is it that we need this military force? But of course, something that was discussed earlier here yesterday is that because this is very the reasoning for why Russia needs certain type of military is very much linked with the very representation of the threat rather than always reacting to the actual threat. So we should be very careful in our analysis to try to understand the difference in that sense, what goes actually into the planning and what is then part of this sort of political discourse about the future war.
Okay, I think our time is up, but we can continue the discussion in the afterwards. So let's thank Karo and Katri once more.
invite the head of Department of Warfare to end the seminar. Sir, the floor is yours.
So I am Jussi Viinamäki, and as Simo mentioned, head of Department of Warfare, and I have this end note here because I'm responsible for the money for this seminar, so it's wise move from Simo to give me floor now. So ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, family, if you will, like Tur mentioned yesterday, let me begin by thanking all of you, organizing team, speakers, partners, and of course, the audience. I would also like to express my appreciation to our Ukrainian colleagues. I think your contributions have brought reality and experience into our discussions and sessions. Reality in a way that really matters. Our hearts and full support are with you. I don't want to, and I can't, summarize the wide range of excellent sessions here or presentations we have heard. Instead, I would like to highlight cross-cutting observations from the overall topic, which is, if you remember, future military development of Russia. First, I think we have analyzed a system at war, the system being Russia itself. As we know, the system can't be understood by looking at military capabilities alone. Political control, economic mobilization, information management, and, for example, tolerance for loss in the society, they form an interconnected whole. I think this perspective matters. It shows how Russia sustains the war and how the state or nation adapts under pressure. We need to understand how these elements interact if we want to assess both capability and intent in a meaningful way. Secondly, the war has clearly forced Russia to learn or adapt at the level of state. And of course, this is visible across the wartime system as a whole. The Russian state has adjusted mobilization mechanisms, reorganized defense industrial production, tightened political control, and expanded information management in order to sustain the war effort. At the same time, much of this adaptation or learning or changing is costly. The nation is paying heavily in blood, material, in economy, and also, for example, in institutional health. Hence, learning or developing the system under wartime conditions, it doesn't automatically translate into long-term effectiveness or sustainability. Then, looking ahead, of course, we are already preparing for the next seminar. As we know, Russia is still waging unjust war against Ukraine. In order to understand and even help to prevent such illegal actions, we need to understand how Russia prepares for war as a state. The focus will be on a whole-of-a-nation approach to war preparation, seen through the lenses of political leadership, armed forces, economy, society, and strategic culture. Of course, we hope to welcome many of you back for that discussion. As we know, the quality of this kind of seminars have been defined and are defined not only by its speakers, but also by the participants. And that is something, of course, that we want to continue. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, once again, thank you for your contributions, thank you for your openness, and thank you even for your academic discipline. I really look forward to continuing this conversation at our next seminar. Thank you.